here because I will ask.
Là déjà, je peux parler ou pas pour dire si vous attend? Good morning. I invite everyone to come here, please. We're going to start in 1 minute. Good morning. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the very first Innovate for Nature. My name is Franck Barroso, and I'm the co-founder of Waterpreneurs. We are an ecosystem builder in the water sector. On behalf of all the co-organizers, it is my great pleasure to welcome you here in person at the Swiss Tech Convention Center, and also online for all of the others that couldn't join us in person. If you are here today, it probably means that you are passionate about nature. And maybe some of you are already experts in nature-based solutions, or maybe you want to learn more about nature-based solutions. I think that our generation, we are both living terrifying but also an exciting period. And today, we don't want to spend time on all the alarming figures and facts about climate change, pollution, loss of biodiversity. Of course, those are important to be aware of the situation. But what is more important now is action. And today is time to show what are the existing solutions that are already tackling some of the most pressing challenges of our time. And also, we would like to collectively take the time to see how we can support those solutions to accelerate and scale up the impact that they already have. We know that nature and business don't have to be separate. All humans and businesses rely on nature. And there is no other choice, not only to protect nature, but also to sustainably manage and restore nature. So we should move from a linear economy to a more circular and regenerative economy. And nature-based solutions give us this opportunity. So today, the day will be rhythm with short pitches that we have articulated around 4 thematics. Those will be sustainable management of forests, nature as infrastructure, regenerative agriculture, and then in the afternoon we will also talk about how to finance those solutions. So there will be a series of pitch, but also some keynote speakers coming on stage. And also I would like to encourage you to stay for the full day, because in the afternoon, all the participants, also the one online, you will have the opportunity to contribute and to think about the next step, because Innovate for Nature is not a single conference where we gather people, but it's also thinking and the first step for the next step of moving forward together. To moderate the day today, I would like to welcome Barbara Dubach on stage. So Barbara is the CEO and founder of Engageability, a center of excellence for sustainability and stakeholder engagement. And she's also the co-initiator of the Swiss Business for Nature initiative, that maybe we'll talk a bit more, and also of Innovate for Nature. So please welcome Barbara.
Thank you, Frank, for the introduction. And good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here with you today, that we can still do this event. And also welcome to everyone online that is joining us via YouTube. I think Frank said it all. I think we are looking forward to an inspiring day, looking at nature-based solutions. I mean, as he mentioned, with Swiss Business for Nature, our objective is to have or scale at least 100 nature-based solutions by 2030. Maybe this is ambitious, maybe it's not ambitious enough, but we'll see. And I think this is really the kickoff in order to launch nature-based solutions, to scale them, and hopefully then really to inspire everyone and get a movement going. So I'm really pleased on behalf of all the organizers and the co-organizers to welcome you all here. So we heard from Frank about what the day will be. I will go into more details later, but I would like to first introduce Stewart Maginnis and also André Hoffmann, who will quickly do their welcome speeches. And I'd like to first introduce Stewart Maginnis. He has worked in sustainable development and biodiversity conservation for over 35 years. He has lived for extensive periods in Tanzania, Sudan, but also Ghana and Costa Rica, undertaking conservation fieldwork. So he knows how biodiversity is changing in some of these countries. Stewart is today the Deputy Director General of IUCN, an international organization really composed of states, government agencies, subnational jurisdictions, but also NGOs and indigenous people. And they also have a lot of cooperations with private sector. So Stewart, you have lived or you have developed and promoted really set standards for nature-based solution as a framework for addressing today's challenges. So we look forward to your welcome introduction, Stewart.
Thanks very much, Barbara. Could we... Thank you very much. So I'm delighted to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation, and I really look forward to see how the day unfolds. I think it really is exciting. I think it's timely as well that we really sort of start to focus on the potential of nature-based solutions. And I think actually in particular, one thing we've been trying to do in IUCN is take this from a phrase and a concept down into operational reality. And so I think later today my colleague Gerard Bos is going to describe some of the tools that we've actually put in place to try and enable that. So next slide, please. I think one of the real problems, I would say, certainly that I think has beleaguered conservation for certainly my professional career, is that even though we've got this framework of sustainable development with the economic, the social, and the environmental, is when we started to try and solve complex problems, we've tended to separate these apart. So, and certainly, if you want to look at, I want to start with climate change. When you looked at climate change, I've followed climate change since coming back from the field. So for about 20 years, I think I was in COP3 in The Hague, and at that, right through this time, there's been climate changes over here, and that's dealt with UNFCCC, and biodiversity's over here, that's dealt with the CBD. There might be a little bit of linkage now and again, maybe a little bit of RED plus here and there, but these two things are sort of kept separate. So even though we adhere to this idea of the three elements of sustainable development, we still tend to have compartmentalized our solutions in the approach we take. Well, I think one of the things that really is good and why this is timely is in Marseille at the World Conservation Congress, I hope some of you were at, I know some of you were at, the message that actually came out from Marseille was that there is not two crises. There's not biodiversity crisis over here and climate change crisis over here. We have got one crisis surrounding our use and the sustainability of how we approach and the future of sustainability for this planet, and it's manifest by two emergencies. And one of the things I think that was really actually quite gratifying to see in the cover decision of COP26 was a similar recognition. For the first time, they talk about the interlinkages between the challenges of climate change and nature and ecosystems. And so I think there is a solid basis now to start to think about how we address, and indeed how you do business within a complex system where we need to be able to address in an effective and cost-effective and societally inclusive way different challenges. Next slide, please. This is where I do think that nature-based solutions, which we've now been working on for about 15 years, is I would propose, is a game changer. Conventionally, in conservation, we haven't focused on safeguarding nature, and rightfully so. against the threats of species extirpation in local areas, species extinction more broadly, ecosystem decline, ecosystem collapse. All those are absolutely important, and I 100% stand behind that. And again, we have put strategies in place, such as expansion of protected areas for that. But I think where nature-based solutions has emerged from was saying, that's great, and even if we reach, let's say, a 30 by 30 goal for protection, there's still the other 70% of the landscape, of the seascape. How do we work? Is there an interface? Is there a role for nature there? And I think the answer is very much yes. But it's using our knowledge of natural systems, of the goods and services supplied by nature, that we can then actually deploy into having nature-positive interventions, but actually safeguard society, help address societal challenges. And this definition here is now, I'd say, the most widely accepted definition of nature-based solutions. It was approved by all of IUCN's members unanimously back in Hawaii, and it's been used by the G7, G20, IPCC, etc. So I do think now that what we're now talking about is that there's two pillars to our conservation approach. One is to safeguard nature, but the other one is safeguarding society through nature-based solutions. And we actually see that, again, that this extends the role of nature-based solutions. At the bottom level, it's still all built on the same conservation norms and science and principles. Next slide, please. So on that, I think one of the things we, looking at COP26 and where we moved and how things might evolve, IUCN called for recognition of nature-based solutions as an implementing and as an operational framework. Now, we didn't actually get there, and I must say I was both surprised and delighted that the first draft of the text, nature-based solutions, was in there. It then got replaced by nature and ecosystems. And we feel we've got work to do now, because it's great to recognize the role and linkage of nature to climate change, but we need an operational framework, and that's what we think precise nature-based solutions can provide. But there is work to do. Next slide, please. And particularly, actually, when we look at, I think, particularly the subject matter of today, companies obviously have been responding extremely well to the climate risk, and they've been assessing both the risks and opportunities that are presented with climate change. For Glasgow, we teamed up with the Carbon Disclosure Project, and we said, let's go through your screening, the screening that you're doing, because they also screen for nature, and see what sort of response that we've got there. And even though we know there's real interest and we know there's commitment from companies, we still see that although 97% of those companies who reported their risk reported on climate change, only 1% of the disclosing companies actually reported on nature-related risks. And you get a similar sort of trend when we look at the opportunities. While 67% of companies look at climate-related opportunities, there's only 15% explore the nature-related opportunities. Which begs a question then, how do we move forward? And this is my final slide. So looking at pathways to implementation, I think first and foremost, we really need and I think one of the great things we've seen with the climate debate, with responding to climate change, is being able to work on clear targets. And so I do think this is what we need to do now with when we look at nature-positive investments, when we look at deploying nature-based solutions, we need to be absolutely clear where the targets and objectives that corporate partners want to pursue. And again, I say, realizing that there is both pillars to safeguard nature, but also deploy nature-based solutions. The other thing is, I think, to underpin that, we need science, data, standards. And I just want to give a very quick example for this. You might have seen this reported 2 days ago, but using our red list of ecosystems toolkit. You're all familiar with the red list for threatened species. But we've got a similar one for ecosystems. We were able to identify that all coral reefs all coral reefs in the Western Indian Ocean are at risk of collapse by 2050. Now, that can be driven by climate change, but it's also all the other pressures. That's got an economic consequence. Those are the nurseries for fisheries. Those are actually provide coastal resilience for communities and businesses. And so really starting to be able to use the knowledge, and also an onus on those of us who work in the conservation community, ensuring that we're providing science and data and tools that can actually help on that. And I say, Gerard, We'll talk on one specific standard that we think is particularly useful. The other thing I think that is really important, when we think of nature-based solutions, we've got to look at synergies with other sectors. It's not just saying, well, we'll present an alternative. No, actually the best opportunities for nature-based solutions are when they work hand in hand with other sectors, the insurance sector, the infrastructure sector. That's where the real opportunities lie. And again, I just want to highlight, as I wrap up here, one really interesting fund that we've been instrumental in helping move forward, the Subnational Climate Fund through the Green Climate Fund. We're working with Pegasus Capital. We're doing the technical assistance side of that, but that is aimed particularly at getting infrastructure and investments down at the subnational level for both mitigation and adaptation, but building in and accompanying that explicitly with a nature-based element to that. So with that, I'd say thank you very much, Barbara, and I look forward to the rest of the day.
Thank you very much, Stewart, for your introductory remarks, and I think also for highlighting the need for business to work on nature-based solutions. And you highlighted a few facts from your report, and just can add on to this. We assessed, for example, this summer 151 sustainability reports of Swiss companies, and there we also saw that certainly about over 70% have set targets on climate, but already 30%. It's a big gap, but it's a little bit more than in your report. So a little bit more have already set targets in the area of biodiversity, but certainly there is still room for improvement. And I think it's really important to connect the environment, business, and others. And this brings me really to introduce also André Hoffmann. He's a businessman, an environmentalist, and a philanthropist. So bringing really these different three sides together. And he's a passionate advocate for business as a force for good. André is vice chairman of the Roche Holding, the family business. He also sits on the board of System IQ, the board of trustee of the World Economic Forum, and the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution. André has also a distinguished career in nature conservation and sustainability. He is on one side president of the MAVA Foundation and also of the Foundation Tour du Vila. We will hear from them today as well. And he's also the chairman of the advisory board of the Hoffmann Global Institute in Business and Society. And today he is representing Intent, where he's also the co-founder. So André, we look forward to your introductory remarks.
Thank you very much, Barbara. This is, of course, far too long a list. Maybe I could sort of start by making a personal statement. We're within 3 weeks of Christmas. One of my wishes for many long years has been this bringing together of different agendas. This year, it seems that for once, business and society is talking with the same voice. We are confronted to the same challenges, and I can see a lot of joint agendas at long last getting together. I've been now on the board of our family company, which is the largest Swiss quoted company, since 26 years. And I spend most of my time, with 1 foot there and 1 foot there. And then some people would tell you, WWF, I was on the board for 20 years, is a good organization because it spends money. Roche is a bad organization because it makes money. And somehow this dichotomy has always sort of puzzled me. Why should we make a difference? Today, we are all confronted with societal crisis, which we need to address. The pandemic has made it very apparent that we have a system which is not really very fit for purpose. a system that does not react well to exogenous shocks. You know, there we are, the Anthropocene, humanity dominates the planet, and suddenly a virus comes. You know, it's not even visible. It's not even a form of life. It cannot survive without a host. And the whole system is on its knees. So we need to really find solution, and we need to find solution for how we can build sustainable prosperity. We need prosperity because we already have too much challenges on the planet. We have too much disparity. We don't have an equal society. So what I see as a very wonderful opportunity here, and I'm very grateful to Innovate for Award to have organized this day with intent, is that we can sort of shape the immediate future. Business has concentrated onto profit, into short-term profit maximization. I'm not going to teach my grandmother to suck eggs, but we've all heard about the Prix Nobel of economy, 1978, Milton Friedman, the business of business is business. So business has, guided by wonderful people, great leaders, visionary leaders who really have put a lot of energy into completing the aims that they were set, they've decided that it was important for companies to make money as quickly as possible, with taking no account of the consequences of this. Now, I would like to contend that the entrepreneurial creativity, which has led to the destruction of the environment and to destruction of a number of social systems across the planet, can be reversed. We can use it as a force for good. We can create the same entrepreneurial drive. We can use the same energies by just changing the paradigms to contribute to society, rather than just thinking that you contribute to society only by creating cash. And so this notion of how do we manage business, the business strength, the entrepreneurial, the value creation business better, it's a very simple answer. We just have the wrong accounting system. As long as we measure just financial flows, we are not going to go to the solution that is beneficial to the system. So I would contend that our future has to go with better understanding how we measure the impact that every enterprise, and I don't mean just private business, I mean every initiative that humanity takes, has on free capitals. The impact on the social capital, how do we work and live together? How do we why are, for instance, so many people here today to come and listen to a couple of people using a microphone? The human capital, how can we make sure that each individual in the system comes to a level where they can express their true talent and, of course, their true values? How can we live our values? And the natural capital. Now, for the natural capital, clearly, this is a sort of backstop. Whenever something goes wrong in a societal way, nature ends up paying the price. And we have a number of examples which we might be able to go in during the course of the day. Because what we are seeing today is the conjunction of these two strengths. On one side, the idea of trying to innovate, create new solutions for an existing problem, and on the others, the idea of restructuring, regenerating, bringing something back. Because a humanity that only concentrates on to taking something is weakening the solution, is weakening the system in which we live. Now, nature-based solution, we just had Ian given us a very detailed description of it and a definition. I try, as an entrepreneur, to look at it as a slightly more pragmatic way. How can we get nature to work for us? How can we get nature to work with humanity? How can we make sure that humanity mutually respects and treats nature in a way which is beneficial for both? So it's not just planting trees or restoring mangrove forest or cleaning water. Nature-based solution, is more about a new contract. How can we, humanity, work with nature for creating this sustainable prosperity that we all aspire to? If I can also, in closing, talk about my personal life. I mean, I was born in 1958. Since then, we have lost 67%, according to the Living Planet Index of WWF. We have lost 67% of vertebrate species. 67%. And that's in a period of less than 60 years. Oh, sorry, slightly more than 60 years. We need to seriously consider the consequences of our activities as humanity on the planet, because otherwise we are not going to be able to reverse the trend. To reverse that trend, we need innovation, and that's the purpose of today. A lot of small companies today will pitch some interesting initiatives which will help them to bring a solution to our wise use of resources. And in the meantime, we need to do everything we can to change the attitude of business to go away from short-term profit maximization and reliance on just the produced capital, and try to understand the interdependence and the realization and the relationship between the social, the human, and the natural capital. We will not save nature without a humanity that works together, and vice versa. We will not have a well-functioning humanity if we don't have a healthy natural system. So I give myself a couple of years still on the planet. I think we're going to be 10 billion at the time when I will retire, definitely. If we do want to have sustainability for 10 million people, we're going to have to change a lot. And nature-based solutions are parts of the key. Thank you very much for coming here.
Okay, as you wish. Thank you very much, André, for sharing your thoughts and also highlighting the importance for business to step in and really think about nature differently, because many of the businesses use nature anyway. We can quickly have a look at the next slide so I can introduce just the program of the day. I think many of you have seen it anyway. So I think it's really what we want today is initiate, scale a pipeline of innovative nature-based solutions. And I think that it is either the existing ones or in the afternoon we will have the opportunity to think about how can we scale that, or how could we even work together to really also include business and other actors to embrace nature-based solutions. It's also the objective of today is also to build bridges between different actors that are here today, but are also joining us online, whether it is business, NGOs, also authorities or other actors. So I'm really happy to introduce Nicole Schwab here, and she has agreed to come in person, even despite her broken ankle, so really happy. Nicole is the co-director of the Platform to Accelerate Nature-Based Solution and 1 Trillion Trees at the World Economic Forum. And so I think we really look forward to listening to your speech. We have heard you a year ago when we relaunched Swiss Business for Nature, and I think it will be really inspiring to hear some facts and figures about the future of nature and business, but also how to embrace the biodiversity challenge, which we talked about in our prep call. So, Nicole, the floor is yours.
Hello, so I'm delighted to be addressing you, and I've been asked to give a bit of a big picture. And so what I want to start with, and a lot has already been mentioned by Stewart and by André, but what I wanted to start with is a little bit of a reflection of what has happened in the last 2 years, and why is it that today, on this topic of nature-based solutions, yes, there is a great urgency, but there's also an incredible opportunity. And it's actually quite exciting what the possibilities are if we embrace them. Next slide, please. So I'm going to cover 5 key developments since 2020. Just in these short 2 years, a lot has happened, not just COVID, but a lot has happened. And then some reflections from COP26 on Glasgow. Stewart touched upon it already, but I think it's been quite an important moment and defining for some of the things that are coming now for the next months and years. And then finally, a few thoughts on where do we go from here. Next slide. So the first thing that was quite interesting is in 2020, so the World Economic Forum every year issues a global risks report, surveying thousands of decision makers, asking them about their perception of risk. And in 2020, so this is based on a survey of 2019, for the first time you can see these green dots. I'm not expecting you to be able to read it, but what you can see is at the top right corner, which means highest likelihood and highest impact in terms of risk perception. We have 4 environmental risks: extreme weather, climate action failure, biodiversity loss, natural disasters, and human-made environmental disasters, actually 5. So this really showed a bit of a kind of shift in perception and understanding that actually not only climate, but also ecosystem collapse was starting to be a risk directly relevant for business. Next slide. And this, by the way, since then, in last year, 2021, obviously pandemics rose to the top, but the environmental risks were still there. And the preliminary results I've seen for the 2022 report, the environmental risks are still high up, but there's a bit of a difference between perception of short-term risk and medium-term risk, with some of the social disruptions being on people's minds. And that will come out in the next month. Second important trend is over the last few years, we've had much more data on the state of biodiversity, first with the IPBES report, and then with a number of follow-up reports that came out. I mean, the big figure, 1 million species at risk of extinction, that really started to come into people's awareness, but also more awareness on the loss of topsoil and the consequences for agriculture, more awareness on, you know, coral reefs, fisheries, insect populations, and the direct link that this has with food security. So kind of also shifting all of this from a purely environmental agenda to something becoming very relevant for society at large. Not that it wasn't before, but the perception moved and really this kind of became mainstream. More recently, we've also had the science panel for the Amazon that released their findings in Glasgow, warning of, huge risk and tipping points that for the Amazon if we continue on this trajectory, with dramatic consequences on freshwater flows and climate regulation, not only locally but globally. Next slide. Third, the economics of biodiversity. André touched upon it, but in these last 2 years, we've also moved from a situation where it is taken for granted that we get these free services from nature that are not incorporated in any balance sheets. It was estimated, there's different figures out there, but one of the estimates is 125 trillion a year of free support to the economy from ecosystem services. And we've moved from that to actually starting to think about natural capital and quantifying natural capital. And the Dasgupta review earlier this year on the economics of biodiversity showed this figure that, yes, we have been growing human capital, produced capital at the expense of natural capital. And between 1992 and 2014, while produced capital doubled, human capital increased by 13%, natural capital per capita, all of these dropped by 40%. So kind of an understanding, even in the language of economics, that this is absolutely not sustainable. And finally, in the World Economic Forum's first New Nature Economy report, we then quantified that $44 trillion, over half the world's GDP, is moderately or highly dependent on natural capital and ecosystem services. So again, this really starting to come. We're not quite there yet, where André said we should be definitely to really start to incorporate nature risk into businesses, into national accounting, but we are moving in this direction much more than we have in the past. Next slide. Fourth, what does this mean? Again, an understanding that we need to shift business models, that business as usual is no longer an option, because this is going to lead us into the wall. If we continue depleting natural capital, we're going to have increasing risks, we're going to have increasing costs to the economy, dramatic consequences for society, and so that actually we need to shift towards nature positive models, and therefore that we are no longer talking just about net zero from a business perspective, but about net zero and nature positive. And that's really been a very interesting shift, that this concept is starting to become more widely understood and accepted. And we estimated that this was an opportunity, that there are 15 transitions in the systems that have the biggest impact on nature loss. These systems are food, land, and ocean use, infrastructure and the built environment, and energy and extractives. And if we transition, we can actually generate 395 million jobs and $10 trillion in annual business opportunities. What are these transitions? I'll give you a few examples. I didn't want to go through all of them, but these are the things that we are going to talk about today. Sustainable management of forests, regenerative agriculture, sustainable fisheries, circular economies, more efficient urban utilities. So really in each of these, what are the things that we can do to transition these business models? And finally, this is relevant for large companies and how can they start to take that step towards shifting, but also for all the new businesses that are being created. And that's why it's so exciting that we will hear from many of you today, because it's this ecopreneur revolution of these new enterprises that have nature regeneration at their core, that are really showing the way that it's possible to create this new circular regenerative economy. Next slide. And then the fifth trend in terms of kind of looking at where we've come from is really this kind of coming together of the climate and nature narratives. And this is only one angle, and Stewart talked about it much more and more broadly, but I did want to show this because I think an increased recognition of the essential role of natural climate solutions, so the role of nature-based solutions for achieving our climate goals, and particularly in terms of avoided deforestation and peatland impact and reforestation. So what you can see here, it's an estimation based upon a 1.5 degree trajectory. A lot of numbers, so I don't necessarily want to go into all of it, but I just wanted to give you a sense. The blue, the 7 gigatons of CO2 is the estimated abatement potential of natural climate solutions out of the total. So about a third on that trajectory, both in terms of avoiding additional emissions through avoiding reforestation and sequestration through mainly reforestation, can be provided by nature. So there's kind of this understanding that these two are inextricably linked. Of course, there's much more than climate to the nature conversation, but really a coming together and a kind of understanding that's starting to be translated in frameworks and metrics and business strategies. So next slide. So that leads us to Glasgow. And indeed, this year, land use, forestry was really at the heart of many conversations in a way that hasn't been the case before. And the Glasgow Leaders Declaration is very interesting because it does provide this framework for thinking about sustainable land use and kind of the way forward with these commitments, 141 countries, more than 90% of the global forest cover. And I'm talking a little bit more about forests. That's, of course, one of the areas I work in more. But, of course, all the ecosystems are equally as important, all the other ecosystems. Without going through it, it's more just to give you the big picture. And I'm sure many of you were there and are very aware of this declaration. So next thing I want to mention about Glasgow is on financing. Next slide. Second thing from Glasgow, very interesting, significant new financial commitments. Lots of announcements for this space particularly. We have a Global Forest Finance Pledge, Congo Basin Facility, an Indigenous Peoples Facility, multilateral banks committing to mainstream nature positive, enhanced guidance from the TCFD. I mean, Stewart touched upon that as well. Also, some innovative finance mechanisms for the Amazon, Cerrado, and Chaco. The LEAF Coalition, 1 billion of finance for key jurisdictions. So more and more capital is actually being committed for this space. So this was really, we're definitely not where we need to be, but definitely a great step in the right direction. Final slide from Glasgow, final reflection. Next slide. About private sector engagement. So again, deeper private sector engagement, clearer as well. More understanding of the urgency of the risks of the coming together of these agendas. And these are some of the things that happened, and not all of it may have, and some of this is actually very significant. There were some leading financial institutions that committed to tackle deforestation, 12 of the largest traders that committed also to a sectoral roadmap, which is not just about climate, but obviously is around land use. And this whole land use transition. So very interesting. We had the LEAF Coalition again, and with 19 multinationals engaged in it. And from the 1T.org side, we had 25 companies pledging to restore 3.5 billion trees across 50 countries. So lots of momentum, lots of announcements, a global framework that has really started to position nature-based solutions and kind of in that framing from business of transitioning to a nature-positive net zero economy, more financing. Where do we go from here? Final slide. So first, I think we need to continue really pushing for this integrated narrative. I mean, this was, you know, we're starting to get there, but by no means is this an acquired narrative. And I think it's really very important to continue to have this holistic perspective, these interrelationships, and how we need to address this as a whole and not piecemeal. Second, of course, now it's time to move from commitments to action. Lots of commitments. And what does that mean? That means transparency, it means accountability, it means clear metrics to track progress. And that, of course, has a lot of implications in terms of how we track, in terms of the frameworks, but a lot of work is being done there, notably also by IUCN, and I think we have a lot of solutions out there that we can leverage for this. Fourth, we need more partnerships across stakeholder groups. We know that when it comes to really kind of these solutions on the ground, there is a need to develop capacity to scale, and that really, you know, and that relates to my next point, where we need more finance, but we need to ensure that the financial instruments are adapted to local needs, and kind of really bridging these billions that have been committed to what the absorptive capacity is on the ground, the capacity building, and the needs of the ecopreneurs and local initiatives. And then finally, more inclusion, working with indigenous peoples and local communities, and also youth, which is something that also came out very strongly from Glasgow. So, as I said, I think we have a huge opportunity, but it will require a lot more work and really starting to get into the details of how do we transition from these big visions, from these commitments to action. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nicole, also for some of these facts and trends, but also highlighting the need that we need to move from commitments to action. I think this is really critical, and I hope we can contribute with Innovate for Nature to this development. It's a great pleasure to introduce to you now Gerard Bos. Yes. Great. So Gerard has been working as director of the Global Business and Biodiversity Program at IUCN since nearly 10 years. And I think he's responsible also for the business-nature relationships, and he has a background in business where we have met in the building sector as well. And I think he's really passionate for driving transformational change through multi-sector and multi-stakeholder collaborative platforms. As you were saying, Nicole, this is really critical. So Gerard, we look forward to hearing from you how the standard that you have developed at IUCN can also help.
Thank you very much, Barbara. Thank you also, André, Stewart, and Nicole for the great introductions earlier today. I'm wearing two hats. I've got the IUCN hat that was just described to you by Barbara, but the other hat I have is also being part of an EU-funded campaign called We Value Nature. They're also supporting this event. And what this campaign has been doing for the last 3 years is how do we make valuing nature the new normal, and the new normal in business. So really looking at what André was mentioning is that we really need to convince, at all levels within the companies that nature has a strategic role to play and is actually an ally to a lot of great developments. So over the years, we developed a lot of training material to raise awareness. And then what we also did is one specific tool, which is the Nature Capital Journey, which is a mountain infographic demonstrating that going up the mountain is not that easy. And here, being based in Switzerland and close to the Alps and having the snow coming down, is a good image there. And sometimes there are all these blockages and these barriers that you have to overcome. And what we realized is that very often the initial first step is the most difficult one. So we actually adapted this mountain infographic based on the maturity level that you have within the company as well. So making sure that through the huge maze and jungle of tools, guidelines, and standards out there, and even case studies, is how do I actually find out the right methodology, the right tool, the right guideline that will actually help me overcome the current step that I'm facing, which is just making the case for biodiversity within my business, for example. And so if you go into the website of this tool, you first tell where you are on the journey and how mature you feel in understanding the actual topic, and then it will give you some indications on where to go. So what is interesting is that there are many tools out there, many methodologies, but the problem is that it's a bit of a cacophony out there because there are so many of them that it's difficult to find out which one is the most relevant to you. This is actually a slide that we did produce also out of our We Value Nature project, and that's bringing actually the two topics that André touched upon on how does natural capital and natural capital approaches relate back to nature-based solutions. And so some companies have decided to tackle this topic from the top line, the more theory, conceptual elements of understanding the stocks, understanding the flows, so what are your impacts and dependencies on nature, and then see on how you value that within your company and integrate that into your strategy. Now, what we are interested in and what we are going to tackle here together is starting from the bottom, from a solution space. It's actually saying there are societal challenges out there. I'm a company, I'm providing goods and services to society, and I want to be able to continue to that in a sustainable and resilient manner. And I know my value chains are potentially at risk, my access to raw materials are at risk, or now, from a financial standpoint, I'm going to be challenged on my impact on nature. And so there, the needs and the challenges faced by society are the ones that you as a corporate entity are used to tackle, and you now want to use nature to be your engine to solve them. And that's how we've linked now back nature-based solutions and the definition that Stewart highlighted a little bit earlier to the natural capital approaches. And the great thing is now these two are coming together. So I'm not going to repeat the definition here, but what I'm going to focus on is some of the tools that we've put in place and really highlighting that what we're trying to do with the nature-based solutions standard and the nature-based solutions concept is that the starting point are the societal challenges. And this is why we've divided this afternoon sessions on identifying specific challenges. Are they infrastructure linked? Are they water related? Are they forest related? Or are they more finance related? And that being the starting point. And what I really like to see is one of the societal challenges that you've got in there is economic and social development. And that's where this is at the heart of many businesses, of course. And that can really be the starting point of a discussion on how do I make nature my ally in addressing economic and social development, for example. So for that, a global standard was launched back in July 2020. It was a bit of a challenge because it was the middle of the summer. It was, a COVID period, and it was a challenge because we didn't know what the uptake was going to be, and it was actually tremendous. We had so many people that reacted to it, and suddenly we realized that there was a crave and there was really a need for a standard that would really clarify what are really the well-functioning nature-based solutions out there and the ones that are really scalable, implementable, and will be resilient over time versus other solutions that are out there that are more communications gimmicks and perhaps a bit closer to greenwashing. So that's really what I will be looking at all day today, is I will look at all your pitches and the solutions that you are proposing, and then also looking at the collaborations that will come and out of these to actually look at how do they match according to this standard. How can we make sure that the intervention and the proposal that is being made is actually according to the 8 criteria that we've developed and are really based on 20 or more years of experience in doing these kinds of solutions, where nature is really your ally and your engine for development and for addressing the societal challenges, and making sure that these are resilient then over time. So the 8 criteria that we'll have are highlighted here. First, that they address the societal challenges. That's the heart of the NBS standard. Second, that they are actually being designed at scale. That means that you're looking at the surroundings of your solutions and not looking at, in isolation, at your operation or what you're doing there. Again, that will foster collaboration and making sure that all stakeholders are being involved. Making sure that in the end, there is a delivery of biodiversity net gain. Because again, we want to marry the fact that you are addressing a societal challenge, but on the other hand, we want to make sure that nature thrives out of that. The economic feasibility, which was interesting, is when we developed the standard first time, economic feasibility was not highlighted as a key item because we hadn't consulted enough with the economic actors. And we then really identified this needs to be core and really addressed. Of course, it will need to be traded off with some of the other benefits that we're trying to develop. And when we're talking about regenerative agriculture, yes, there might be a little bit of a slowdown in production yield the very first months or years, but very quickly you actually see that by less chemical inputs, less inputs of fertilizers and pesticides, and actually have a more holistic agricultural system out there, you actually are going back to very high production yields that might at the short-term level be detrimental, but afterwards you catch up very quickly. Inclusive governance becomes extremely important, and I'm glad Nicole highlighted some of the elements linked to indigenous people, the local knowledge, because all these nature-based solutions are very locally ingrained, and how do we make sure that we don't lose, but actually capitalize and leverage on all the knowledge that there is out there. Adaptive management, again, let's learn from nature. Nature adapts. Nature will adapt to climate change. Nature will make sure that the species that are not, that contributing to the overall ecosystem will disappear and will be replaced to others. So there's a lot to learn from nature, and that's the drama of the biodiversity loss that we have at the moment, because every single species, every single ecosystem that we're losing is actually knowledge that is not accessible to us anymore. And that's back for the urgency on why we have to act now and not wait for the perfect system or the perfect metrics or indicators to be set up. And then mainstream for sustainability. In the end, we believe that once you've actually implemented your nature-based solutions that fits for you and your neighbors and in your context, hopefully this is a solution that can be replicated. So this is what we hope that this event that we are conducting over one day here in Lausanne and online with people is to also see on how are we going to replicate this? How do we make sure that there is a myriad of collaboration platforms or a marketplace like this one that we can actually continue? So that's why I'm looking at the co-organizers to see on how do we then are more and more efficient and actually can replace these experiences. Because the standard is out there. There is an international board that has been now elected also and was announced at Glasgow at the Climate COP. But what's really important is the national and regional hubs. And perhaps here in Switzerland we are creating now this national hub and hopefully can feed into some other regional hubs, more focused probably in emerging and developing economies, to make sure that we really ground this back in the local context and make sure it's not Swiss guys giving advice to people down in remote areas where there is not necessarily good understanding of the local context. And what's extremely important is the user group. So the other tool that we are developing beyond the self-assessment tool of the standard is an NBS web platform, which allows for these users, the ones that are implementing projects or the ones that want to finance projects or experts that want to contribute to new nature-based solutions, actually can come together and exchange so that we can really accelerate, have the use of technology, accompanying all those that can't travel or can't move, but actually find the right information to scale up their efforts, because that's all what we are hoping and trying to do today. So that's it from my side. really excited that by whispering to André at Innovate for Water event in June, we got now in December with an Innovate for Nature event, and I'm really looking forward to get all your input today and enthusiasm to hopefully replicate this in many other places and really create this marketplace of nature-based solutions in the future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Gerard, for explaining us also this nature-based solution standard and how we can make sure that all the nature-based solutions are really net positive. I think that's really critical and important. So I think we can look at the next slides. Yes, so if you have questions, specifically the ones online, you can raise your questions with menti.com. You see the code, or you can just also kind of take a picture of the QR code. Certainly you can do this as well here in the room. In the room we have also some post-its the traditional way in case you want to use them. You could then also raise your questions there and just put the post-its on the wall. So with that, we are now starting with the pitches, and we will start first on sustainable management of forests. And I think we know that forests provide multiple ecosystem services. They produce timber, they regulate the atmosphere by sequestrating carbon, they support biodiversity conservation, but generate also a lot of cultural values through educational, but also recreational opportunities. To preserve these essential services, forests in Switzerland, for example, have been protected by law already since 1876. However, major global challenges threaten the resilience of forests and really the delivery of these forest ecosystem services. The 5 pitches that we will be hearing now will show us a little bit how their solution can contribute to the sustainable management of forests. We will hear first, or Leo Caprez from Brainforest will share some game-changing solutions transforming the forest economy. We will also hear from DRYAD how wildfires can be detected ultra early, and the Forest Conservation Fund will show how they are supporting also communities, and we will then also listen about 2 pitches on how to restore mangroves. So I'd like to ask Leo Caprez, I think you should be in the room. Yes, wonderful, to come up and pitch your solution. You have 5 minutes. You see the 5 minutes here on the floor so that you can stick to your 5 minutes. The floor is yours, Leo.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I'll be sharing the model of the Brainforest Venture Studio for Forest and Climate, and this is the surprising source of risk capital that we're using. So why did we develop this model? During my 15 years in sustainability now, and especially during my time at WWF, it struck me that we have lots of problems that are getting exponentially worse. Deforestation being one of them, especially in the climate and biodiversity loss crisis. Now, on the other side, on the solution side, we have very little solutions that are growing exponentially. So there's a gap that we need to close. And before getting really depressed, I went to Silicon Valley on the search for exponential solutions. And wow, in the executive program at Singularity, I was really blown away by all the technology that is available. And for forests, we can use a lot of them. You have remote sensing with drone satellites, machine learning to make sense of the data. We will hear some of the solutions today. How we can protect forests, how we can restore forests with the support of technology. Now, we all know here it's about technology, yes, and execution. And execution needs brains and risk capital. Let's have a look at the return on investment for risk capital. On one side of the spectrum, we have an NX return, 10x, 100x, whatever the return is. The early investors in Tesla will know what I'm talking about. On the other side of the spectrum, we have a minus 100% return. You lose it all. Money is gone. Now, this week, we are celebrating an early philanthropist, St. Nicholas, which was on Monday. And he was consciously giving away money. And philanthropy actually, from a financial return perspective, is nothing else than a minus 100% return on investment. Now, if that is not the perfect source of risk capital for nature-based solutions, well, what is? The thing is that it's used to minus 100% return on investment. So it's really the perfect source of risk capital. The issue is there enough of philanthropic capital there? And under some of the chairs, we put a little Christmas gift, and obviously it is not under every chair, and that's exactly the problem of philanthropy. There is not enough of philanthropic capital to solve the issues we have at hand. We need to leverage, in a very smart way, the philanthropic capital that we have, and that's what we do at Brainforest. We take philanthropic capital into our tax-exempt Brainforest Venture Studio for Forest and Climate. We analyzed what is missing that capital flows to forests, not only reforestation, but all forest solutions that can create more forests. We develop solutions, we validate them, we check product market fit, and as soon as there is an venture that is investment ready, we spin it out. And then it attracts investment, which has a return on investment expectation. So it's not philanthropy, it's for profit ventures, for impact, of course, but also for profit. We were so far able to deploy 2 million in philanthropic capital and leverage that to 4 million in impact investment. And that's exactly what we need to do. We need to leverage the capital. It was not that easy to get this model cleared by the Swiss tax authorities. It took over a year, and we got it cleared at the beginning of this year. So there is a lot of learning that we have that we are obviously happy to share. And where we want to go, we obviously want to go up that curve. It really is about not now raising huge amounts of philanthropic capital, but is to especially leverage it with impact investments. Now, it needs capital, but also it needs brains. And again, here we take the best of both worlds. We take from the NGO, the philanthropic world, we have Thomas Velakot on our board, the WWF CEO of Switzerland. We have Christian Wenger, who is a business angel, VC investor. And on our team, the same. We really take the best of both worlds together. Now, that is not always easy, and André was making a sign of kind of being in the both worlds, and I've been in business, I've been in banking, and I've been in NGOs, so there is a tension that creates to be in those different worlds, and we need this tension. That's the creative tension that we need to create new solutions. I'm absolutely passionate about those new approaches, because we cannot continue, and we all agree on that. Now, I don't have enough time to go through the ventures that we created. We have created 2. I'm obviously happy to share more today. We'll be here the whole day. We created a standard for forest carbon that is ISIL compliant. We created a venture. We actually have the CEO here, a global marketplace. He's waving there in the back. Eventually, it's not about creating ventures. It's not about leveraging philanthropic capital. It is about creating many, many more forests. That's the exponential curve that we are heading for. We are adding serial entrepreneurs. We are adding to our team a founder of a unicorn company, and that's how we can really scale now to the next level our model. And that's why we are here. We are looking for partners and do this together. Thank you very much. We are 3 people here today that are happy to share more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leo. I think we will hear now from Carsten from DRYAD. He is joining us online, right?
Yes, I am. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Yeah, and sorry for not being there in person. Still a pleasure to present to you today. So my name is Carsten Brinkschulte. I'm co-founder and CEO of DRYAD Networks. And as our tagline says, we're about connecting the natural world. And our key application of what we're doing is actually ultra-early detection of wildfires. Next slide, please. The problem that we are addressing as an impact for profit is wildfires, as in the initial application. And wildfires, it struck me when we started DRYAD, are causing up to 20% of global CO2 emissions. That's about 6 to 8 billion tons of CO2 emissions worldwide each year. And us as humans are responsible for starting 80% of those wildfires. There's also a huge impact on biodiversity with more than 3 billion animals being killed. And at the same time, a financial impact of more than $140 billion, and 10 billion of that into the insurance industry. So there's also a huge financial and business opportunity to be made. Next slide, please. Now, obviously, wildfires are a big issue, and we're not the only company, thankfully, working on those. Other solutions are in place already or being developed. Satellites looking down from space to detect wildfires, cameras overlooking the forest, looking out for smoke plumes rising above the tree canopy. And all of these solutions make sense and help to prevent wildfires or track them once they have started. But what we want to do with DRYAD is focus on the early stages. We call that ultra early detection of wildfires before there is even an open flame. After 10, 15, 20 minutes after someone throws a cigarette out of a driving truck, we would like to ring the alarm bells and give the firefighters the essential time, the critical time advantage to put out a fire while it's still in its infancy. Next slide, please. We do this with an end-to-end solution. We've developed a solar-powered gas sensor that actually is installed under the tree canopy, attached about 3 meters height at the tree stem. It's solar-powered, uses supercapacitors for energy storage, and a gas sensor to actually detect hydrogen, carbon dioxide, and other volatile organic compounds to detect fires at the smoldering phase before there is even an open fire available and before it can be visibly seen from camera systems. Now, the problem in the forest is it's the worst possible environment for telecommunications because it's full of water and that absorbs radio waves. So we've created this other smaller product, a bit larger than the other one. It's actually the network infrastructure that we place into the forest, enabling the sensors to communicate with an area of about 2 kilometers bubble each, going mesh by mesh by mesh, bubble by bubble, deeper into the forest, enabling really large scale deployment of our system. And then we, of course, also have a cloud-based application where we collect all of the data, where we process information, and then where we send out alerts in case we do detect a fire. Next slide, please. Now, this mesh scale network, we're quite proud of. My background is telecoms, and I guess you can see this because we like these network diagrams that look very complicated, make us look intelligent. But really what we do is we enable telecommunications, IoT telecommunications in the forest, and we do this with an impact for purpose. For profit. So we basically are a company that wants to make money from this, and we have a business model. We're selling the solutions at about $50 a sensor, which is, we think, acceptable, and we make good profit from it. But we, of course, can prevent wildfires with this at the large scale with a ground-based IoT network system. Next slide, please. Now, obviously, the impact and potential of DRYAD, I think, is clear. We can protect assets, prevent financial damages. We dramatically reduce the cost of firefighting. We reduce insurance payments and save human and wildlife. But now that we have a network infrastructure, we can do many, many more applications. And I've listed here a few that will help to protect and maintain forests over time. Next slide. Now, we are aiming for profitability in 2024 based on our business model to sell the solution and a subscription fee for accessing the cloud platform. We're selling to private and public forest owners, as well as to utility companies that need to prevent wildfires from the power lines that when vegetation grows into them. Insurance, of course, plays a big role, but it's not directly our customer. Next slide. Now, we're doing a fundraising right now. We've raised 3.4 million so far, and we're doing an 8 to 10 million euro Series A. 2 million or 1.8 have been committed. The main investment will be in marketing, sales, and building the sales force and supply chain organization to actually scale this business on a global basis. Next slide. We are an impact for profit, and we try to measure our targets. We are projecting that by 2030, we'll have 30 million sensors installed, preventing 1.4 million hectares of forest from burning, and that would equate to about 600 million tons of CO2 emissions from prevented. Thank you. Next slide. And that's it from my side. Thank you very much for giving the opportunity to present DRYAD.
Thank you very much, Carsten. I'd like to ask Charlotte now to present the Forest Conservation Fund.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Great to be here. So we've heard our forests are in trouble. You guys have seen the fires in Brazil and Indonesia, all over North America and Europe. And we can't afford to lose them for all the reasons we've heard today. And none of the pathways that keep us within 1.5 degrees of warming allow us to cut down any more forests. So what's driving this deforestation? Mostly agriculture, also mining and forest products, timber. And the problem is that businesses don't really have the tools that they need to fight deforestation, to protect those forests. So there's been a lot of innovation in traceability to make sure that farms, my current farms, aren't cutting down more forest, but that doesn't actually protect the next door forest from being converted for my competitor or for something else. So companies need tools to actually go forest positive, to make it easy for them to protect forests that are at risk of deforestation in their supply chains. The good news is that we have a big opportunity. Half of our planet is still wild. We need to just move those forests into protection. And a lot of them overlap with lands that are actually managed by the world's best forest protectors, which are indigenous people who have been living in harmony with their forests for millennia. And they just need a little bit of funding to be able to protect their forests from encroachment. And basically what we do is connect, in the Forest Conservation Fund, we connect the companies that need to be protecting forests in their supply chains or in landscapes that they're interested in with those forest protectors that are actively protecting their forests, so that companies can easily go forest positive and not just deforestation free. How it works is we're in the middle. We're not doing the conservation. We're passing money through from brands and donors through to these villages and indigenous people that are protecting their forests, and they need money for patrols, biodiversity monitoring, investment in sustainable forest-friendly livelihoods. We do the project vetting. We do satellite monitoring to make sure the forest stays standing. And then we repackage all of the impact information that the projects provide us back to the donors and the brands so that they can tell the story to their customers and investors and their employees. We are a nonprofit launched last year here in Switzerland. We have a board that's a mixture of NGO and private sector background. All of our projects are vetted by an expert grants committee that specializes in social and human rights and land tenure issues, as well as biodiversity. And then we have a secretariat that manages the day-to-day. I'm in Switzerland, and my colleagues are in Indonesia and Kenya. These are the projects we've worked with already. We have almost 100,000 hectares that we're working with local communities to protect. We're looking for projects that are in supply chain landscapes for the commodities that are driving deforestation, so palm oil, cocoa, coconut, all the things that we love to eat. And the good news is that these communities don't need a lot of money to protect their forests. And so if you're a company that wants to protect an area of forest equivalent to what you need to grow the product that you're buying, it actually only costs 1% to 2% on top of the cost of that goods. So it's an affordable solution, and we're making it easy for businesses to go forest positive. I just want to give you an example of one of the projects we work with. We're on the Indonesian island of Borneo here, the Indonesian part of Borneo. These are the Melalui people. It's an indigenous group that just got their land rights in 2018, protecting over 7,000 hectares. Their forest is that red polygon that you see, and the yellow areas next to it are pulp and paper concessions and palm oil concessions. So that forest was really at risk of conversion to agriculture, and now this community has their rights to manage the area, recognized by the government, and they're receiving funding to protect their area, do patrols, monitor the wildlife, and invest in other income generation opportunities for the people of Melalui. And this picture is of a supermarket in the UK that's actually sponsoring the Melalui project. So you see there's a picture of an indigenous person there standing in his forest that actually went out in a supermarket newsletter. So companies are using this forest positive message to turn around these negative stories we're all hearing about forests and show that you can be forest positive, it's affordable, and we can all participate in that. And these are some of our other donors. We have, we've raised almost $1 million since launching last year, but we have big plans. There's these global targets to protect 30% of the earth by 2030, and we want to be part of that. So 120 million hectares of forest now coming into protection, and we're aiming to contribute 6 million of those, so 5%. I look forward to discussing it with you at the break. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Charlotte. We will focus now our attention on reforestation of mangroves, and Alessandro from Planet will be talking next. Yes, okay, good.
So, okay, good morning. Yeah, my name is Alessandro Vila. I'm the co-founder of Planet Company based in Italy. I will present to you today the mangrove technology platform we developed to broaden soil and water availability to plant trees at the needed scale to achieve carbon neutrality. We have been inspired by the mangrove trees, by the mangrove ecosystem, because mangrove absorb a huge quantity of CO2. Mangrove trees desalinate water, and from a biological perspective, they are pioneer species, allowing other species to colonize arid and saline soil. But large-scale reforestation require an amount of fertile soil and fresh water we don't have available. There is a lot of literature presented already this morning confirming that we don't have fresh water and fertile soil to really scale up the reforestation at the scale needed to have an impact we wish. And this is exactly the purpose behind the mangrove technology platform, to enable large-scale dryland reforestation without competing for fertile soil and fresh water. So the mangrove technology platform integrates three core technologies: desalination units, planting, water-saving planting technology, and IoT devices to control the process of water production and planting activities. The mangrove technology is cost-effective, is multi-purpose, increasing biodiversity, is resource-efficient, because it allows to not compete for fertile soil and fresh water, is modular, and is profitable because it enables a diversified revenue streams. The mangrove technology may be perceived as a competitor within the broad landscape of trees planting provider. Honestly, we understand ourselves as a partner and not as a competitor, as soon specific reforestation products need to rely on salt water and arid soil. We invested so far about 0.8 million euro, essentially for the technology maturation of the MTP. And we are going to invest additional €500,000 next year to reach what we call the technology readiness level 9. So we built last summer, 2020, after 2 pilot facilities in Italy and Cyprus. We built last year on Tinos Island in Greece, the first real-scale facility, allowing to plant up to 20,000 trees per year based on salt water. Yeah, we identified 3 main revenue streams for our business model. The willingness to pay for trees adoption at the average price of 20-24 euro per tree, a blockchain-based revenue scheme or payment scheme to reward the biodiversity we plant with the mangrove technology, and the possibility to license, to define licensing agreement for the technology worldwide. We are negotiating with Oman, with Dubai entities so far. Yes, go-to-market strategy. As I said before, we are going to build the first commercial facility again in Greece, not on Tinos Island where we are, but on Mykonos Island, which is well recognized for tourism purposes, thanks to a public funding from Italy, €500,000. And we are now negotiating a first seed round of 1.8 million with 2 family offices, one based in Italy and one based in London. Yes, here we are, and what we are looking for, partnership to scale up together the mangrove technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
So
Alessandro.
we don't plant mangrove, but we have been inspired by the mangrove trees in a reverse engineering process to extract how the mangrove trees are able to desalinate water. And we incorporate this principle in our desalination technology.
Thanks for that clarification. I think that's very good. Thank you very much, Alessandro. We will now listen to Gabriele Roselius from Macun. I think she's joining us online. Oh, you're here. Perfect. Wonderful. That's wonderful.
Thank you. No, I made it. No, it's great being here today. Thank you. What if your investments lead to real reductions of atmospheric greenhouse gas levels and not just shifted around and around? What if your funds transform landscapes and improve local livelihoods? Imagine you can contribute to our efforts. My name is Gabriele Roselius. I'm a managing partner of Macun International in Switzerland. We work with our partner organization, Regenerative Resources, whose CEO is Niels Beckmann. And we are specialized in the area of seawater agriculture and mangrove habitats, in particular the restoration of degraded mangrove habitats. So here's a short movie clip which will demonstrate our capabilities of unite ecology with economics. Please, the movie. Let's get started.
We all know the doom and gloom story about people and the environment. Climate change, deforestation, desertification, coral reef die-offs, freshwater scarcity, soil loss, biodiversity loss. In fact, the loss of ecosystems everywhere because of people. We all know that story. Even though we're the source of these problems, we are also the solution. One of the thorniest problems that we face is how do we feed the world without destroying the earth? Imagine a fishing village. Could be in West Africa or Latin America or Southeast Asia, where the fishery has been totally depleted. People can't catch fish anymore, so they turn to deforestation, cutting mangrove trees in order to make ends meet. But cutting trees reduces habitat and nurseries for fish and other species, damaging the fishery even further. As deforestation accelerates, devastating drought flood cycles emerge, and coastal erosion gets worse. This leads to even greater poverty, which leads in turn to greater degradation in order to meet short-term needs. This is the trap that we are in today, a vicious cycle in which environmental degradation and poverty are inextricably connected. Understanding that connection leads to an astonishing truth. If ecological degradation leads to poverty, then ecology leads to wealth. If we are to feed the world without destroying the planet, this realization is crucial. At Regenerative Resources, we know that it doesn't make sense to grow trees unless we address why people are cutting down trees in the first place. In partnership with local communities, we develop powerful nature-based solutions that approach both economy and ecology together. We create circular, regenerative economies by transforming degraded landscapes into productive agroecologies. This transformation, in turn, creates the space and resources to regrow lost ecosystems. The ecosystems we focus on are mangroves, seagrass meadows, and marsh, all of which are crucial to ocean and planetary health. We are pioneers of regenerative seawater agricultures and hyper-arid agroforestries. We have taken on the most challenging and degraded landscapes on Earth with some of the most ambitious regenerative projects to date, with extraordinary results. At Seawater Farms Eritrea, we transformed a degraded coastal desert into a series of mangrove agroforestries and wetlands, and without the use of any fresh water, created jobs for over 800 people and food for thousands. This laid the foundation for a new regenerative rural economy, while also increasing biodiversity by 1,000%, cooling local temperatures by 2 degrees Celsius, and rejuvenating freshwater resources, all in an area highly prone to drought and famine. This was the first iteration of our regenerative seawater agroforestries. At the Al-Bayla project in Saudi Arabia, we partnered with Bedouin tribes to restore indigenous grazing systems, and in the process reversed over a century of desertification in under a decade, and established a living template for the reforestation of the west coast of the Arabian Peninsula. We formed Regenerative Resources with the mission to develop regenerative economies and restore degraded ecosystems in collaboration with local communities around the globe. Our goals are to grow millions of acres of mangrove forests, seagrass meadows, and marshlands, sequester gigatons of carbon, increase freshwater resources, and provide habitat for billions of animals, all while creating new economic systems based on agroecologies that reinforce ecological health. These and other regenerative systems are how we feed the world without destroying the planet. By cooperating with Mother Earth and her cycles, rather than attempting to dominate them. By partnering with local communities rather than trying to dictate solutions. And by aligning how we produce our food, fuel, and fiber with ecological processes. Our systems are among the most powerful solutions, not just to climate and carbon, but to poverty, famine, drought, biodiversity and habitat loss, and the rest of that doom and gloom story that we all know. Together with Macun International, we provide nature-based solutions as a scalable business model that are ready for private and public funding. Macun International guides investors toward large-scale mangrove and wetland ecosystem restoration and long-term protection for people, nature, and climate. Now it's time to write a new story. A story about working together to create solutions. A story about transformation, not just of land, but of people. A story about regeneration.
Thank you. I don't know what your takeaway is, but here is mine. We have a serious problem that affects us all, and we have the solution, and we can scale the solution globally. And the solution is seawater agriculture and restoration of degraded mangrove and other habitats. It works, proven, with amazing results. How can you engage? Well, please call me or write an email or speak to me after the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gabriele. And I think we will have plenty of time today, during the day, also during the workshop, to interact and see how these different solutions connect with each other. I think now we deserve a break and get some fresh air. And we will be back sharp at 11 o'clock for the panel discussion, where we will have the keynote speakers, Nicole, André, Stewart, but also Bertrand, Piccard joining us online for the panel discussion. So enjoy your coffee break, and we'll be back at 11 here again. What? Okay. Okay, welcome back. I hope you had a good break, good networking in the coffee break. I hope we still have our participants online with us. And I'd like to ask André, Nicole, and Stewart to join me here on the floor. I think I will be sitting here. And while you do so, I just wanted to let you know we did receive some questions on Menti. And I just want to address some of them, specifically the general ones. So somebody was asking whether we could get the slides. So the slides of all the pitches will be uploaded later on the website. And you actually also have in the handbook of Innovate for Nature, you have for each of the pitches, you have the contact details and you have one summary slide. With regard, if you have specific questions to individual pitches, so you can either contact the person who pitched, or we will have this afternoon, we have the workshop sessions, which will be online, but also offline. And this will be a good opportunity to talk to the individual companies or the ones that pitched. So I think that's just what I wanted to inform you all, that you are aware of that. Now I'd like to start with the panel discussion. And I think we also have Bertrand with us today online.
Yes.
Hi, Bertrand.
Yes, hello to everyone. Sorry not to be able to be with you. I'm in Paris today, but with my heart and my brain, I'm joining you for this important session.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you very much. So I start with introducing you, Bertrand, because I introduced Nicole, André, and Stewart already before. I think you don't need a lot of introduction. I'm sure everybody knows you, but I still want to say a few words. So you're an explorer, you're a psychiatrist and an ambassador for clean technologies. And I think following the successful around the world flights that you did in a balloon and a solar-powered airplane, you have launched Solar Impulse Foundation, and you succeeded to identify more than 1,000 solutions protecting the environment and supporting clean growth. So I think this is great to hear, and I think you are also clearly saying, yes, we can tackle the challenges of today. I think something also André is saying, really, that business is also a solution. So I'd like to ask you the first question. I looked at the Solutions Explorer, and you have more than 1,000 solutions on clean technologies, climate change. I saw only about 96 are kind of, if I ticked the biodiversity protection tick box, about 96 are really protecting biodiversity. Now, my question to you is there one that inspires you most, and if yes, which one of these biodiversity solutions that you have?
Yes, of course, it does not mean that we are not interested by biodiversity if we only have 96 solutions out of 1,400. It means, I think for me, that the protection of biodiversity is more something that has to do with behaviors than technologies. I think we have a behavior that is so crazy today in our world that we just believe that nature is a commodity that we have to use. And this disrespect for nature, the way we are destroying natural resources, is the result of the madness of human beings. So, of course, there are a lot of techniques, technologies, systems, products, materials that we can put into place to protect the environment in general. But for biodiversity, I think we need a lot of regulations to stop the mad behavior of some type of human beings. And of course, there are 96 solutions that we have identified, and maybe some others. So if you ask me, which is the one that I like the most? Well, I will tell you two of them. Mm-hmm. One is a solution we have labeled at the Solar Impulse Foundation, who also, after that, won the Earthshot Prize. It's a way to cultivate corals and to re-implement the corals in the coral reefs that are destroyed. And it's type of corals that are going to cope better with climate change. So it's a way to reconstitute the coral reefs. This is something beautiful. But now it's clear that it's very local, but there is another thing on a much broader scale that I love. It's the nature-based agriculture in the southeast of India, where the first minister of Uttar Pradesh is, or I think he's not in power anymore, but has started to train thousands and thousands of farmers to make a natural-based agriculture instead of using the implants, the pesticides, and the chemicals. And why that? Because he was fed up to subsidize the chemicals for the farmers. So he thought it's going to be much cheaper to make natural-based agriculture. And now it has become the biggest fashionable way to cultivate in Southeast India. And it's much, much safer when there is a typhoon, for example, than all the cultures that are made with the Monsanto seeds and things like that. So we see that nature is smarter than us, and we just have to comply with it.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Bertrand, for sharing this with us. I overheard in the coffee break some conversations, and they were saying, well, we're talking so much about solutions and we're so positive and so forth. Shouldn't we talk much more about the challenges? And so, I mean, that's the question also a little bit to you, Nicole, and you, André. How do you see that? I mean, yeah, I let it at that, I think. Nicole, do you want to start?
Yes. How do I see the challenges? So I think, I mean, we know what the challenge is and what the urgency is, I think, particularly in this room where we're all quite aware of the figures, of the facts. And I think that, I mean, the need to focus on solutions for me is also about showing that it's possible, because very often if we are so kind of overwhelmed by the data, especially those of us who work in this field, we know that also psychologically it freezes us, it blocks our creativity. And so I think very important to try to acknowledge the challenges, and I'll say a word about that, but to get out of that state of being, of fear and overwhelm, and to actually understand that there is a path of creativity and innovation, and there is a new way forward. And we are the agents of that change. So I think that's, I mean, from my point of view, why I focus on solutions. And then the other thing is, I think one thing we don't talk about enough is trade-offs. What's very clear is that we need to make choices, and there are trade-offs between different priorities, and these will need to be addressed. Whether it's from a business perspective or from a policy perspective, particularly when policymakers are afraid to take some decisions and some commitments because of the fear of the consequences. And I think if we have this conversation about trade-offs and have the courage to actually address it and show that there is willingness from the business community to support some of these hard choices, then we will be able to make them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and obviously we didn't have the same conversation at the coffee break, but anyway, if I can link the two things we've just heard, I think talking about the governor of Uttar Pradesh and taking this decision of going against the established wisdom of saying, you know, increasing yield is not just more technology, it's also perhaps treating the soil with a bit more respect, has a lot to do with what Nicole was just mentioning. You need courage when you are in these sort of places to make this sort of decision. Making a difference to the way you look at nature relationship to soil and food production is against the challenge, is against the trend. I mean, the last 50 years we've been using more and more technology in farming, with the result that a lot of these systems seem to be less and less yield less and less, and are less and less productive. So the idea of having the wisdom of being able to say, you know, nature will adapt to the changes and we can use it as a regenerative influence, I think that has a lot to do with this notion of being able to stand up to the system. And yeah, the trade-off is a good definition of that.
Yes, and I mean, I think, yeah, maybe talking about trade-offs, I think that brings me also a little bit to the NBS standard from IUCN. We have heard from Gerard before that he said, you know, yeah, we have to make sure that also these solutions are net positive, or make sure that, yes, there is a biodiversity gain behind it, but that they are also commercially viable. And I mean, you have the kind of the stamp of the Solar Impulse Foundation, the certified solutions, but we also have the nature-based solution standard. So how can you also help to make sure that the solutions are really sustainable in some sort?
Yeah, thanks for that, Barbara. I think we set out, we responded in shaping the nature-based solution standard really as a challenge, because it was great talking about this and everybody likes a solution, but it can, let's be honest, it can be a little bit esoteric. What we really wanted to do was to be able to ground this, and there were several concerns, issues on Indigenous people's rights, and one still hears that, is nature-based solutions going to become a vehicle to usurp those? Some of the challenges around greenwashing. Very much, actually, thanks Nicole for mentioning the trade-offs. So often we don't, and one of the criterion actually is you've got to make the trade-offs explicit. You've got to work that through. There's no point trying to hide that. So we set the standard out to say, how do people who, if nature-based solutions are really going to take off, it's not going to be people like myself who've worked 35 years in conservation. It's not even going to be people like André who have been fundamentally committed their whole life to conservation, although working in the business sector. It's going to be people who do not wake up in the morning thinking about biodiversity, but they want to have a guidance, a framework to be able to navigate that. And so really what we did is we said, let's draw on the best practice and knowledge we have. That's why we have 100 countries, over 1,000 collaborators to this. We took this through 2 years. How do we bring this down into these key elements that need to be put in place so that we can see a robust nature-based solution? So that's the whole idea of the standard, and then being able to interpret that. We've also been applying the standard, actually. So is the standard just a theoretical construct? No, it's absolutely not. We've worked with business. We worked actually with a very interesting example in Colombia, one of the early pilots, where a very good reforestation initiative will definitely get FSC certification, but it didn't make that biodiversity net gain. It certainly did no harm, but it didn't actually make. We were able to work with them to say, okay, how could we then identify what are the pathways to be able to hit that criterion? We've actually worked, and I say not just in the tropics. We've been working with the Environment Agency in the UK. They've been applying nature-based solutions to coastal realignment, securing reflooding of salt marshes to actually protect housing. And then we've been actually looking at that and assessing how robust the solution is, where it might need a little bit of a tweak. So we've been using this to really help to say, not that bad or good, but how you can help improve and enhance. Now, the last thing I'll also say is that we've got a lot of requests from the private sector saying that's all good, but we'd like to have an assurance. So we're now actually working on a certification module. We do not want to compete with great colleagues like the Gold Standard or FSC. So we want to work in conjunction with them, that we can offer up a module that goes with their schemes to say, yes, this is also an assured MBS.
Would this eventually be an opportunity to work with the Solar Impulse Foundation with the certified solutions?
Absolutely, and actually, absolutely, because one of the really exciting things, and if there's one message I want to leave here, nature-based solutions. Don't just think about nature-based solutions as being off in nature somewhere. The best nature-based solutions are the ones that work with other technologies. Yesterday, I was actually sitting. I didn't think I'd ever be. I was sitting with the TSOs, transmission system operators, the guys who operate electrical grids. And they are really facing challenges now about how they scale up, how they address several of their challenges as we move to greater electrification. And again, where do you bring in nature-based solutions? Where can nature-based solutions complement and reinforce and help them meet some of their challenges? So I would say the great thing with nature-based solutions isn't just nature-based solutions by themselves, but nature-based solutions in conjunction with other technologies that will need to be deployed. And those can be technologies, but they can also be with the finance industry or the reinsurance industry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks a lot for that. Yeah, so Bertrand, so there is certainly an opportunity to see how the standard from IUCN and your certified solutions can work together. And I mean, maybe just in how far are your solutions also inspiring others or, you know, big conglomerates to do, well, mainly on your side now, climate, but also nature-based solutions? How will this help? I mean, my view is always we need good practices, we need good examples to inspire others, but maybe you have a different opinion.
No, what I see is that the biggest impact we have on nature, on biodiversity, on forest, on natural resources, on water, on soils, is the fact that we are inefficient in what we do. We have a humankind that is actually wasting 3/4 of the energy that is produced, almost half of the food, half of the natural resources that are extracted, and even the waste are wasted because we don't understand that it can be a resource. So we see that we have to work on two folds. One fold is to become efficient in the way we use energy and natural resources. And here, I would say, are the majority of the solutions we have identified. How can we save instead of wasting? How can we go into into circular economy? How can we be so efficient in the use of energy that the renewable sources will be enough? You see, so decrease the consumption in order to be enough with the renewable sources. All this, I think we are really good with it. Now, it would be really interesting to work with IUCN to maybe explore a little bit more the side of the nature-based solutions, because it is not the part where we are the strongest. But what I see is that, of course, we need nature-based solutions, but we also need to be logical in the way we deal with the people who are clearly destroying biodiversity, forest, and so on. We cannot, on one hand, criticize the countries who make deforestation and destroy their biodiversity, and on the other hand, import all the soya, import all the palm oil, import all the meat that is produced thanks to this deforestation. So there is a moment where we have to find solutions, okay? But we also have to say stop to the behaviors that we cannot accept. And for this, we have to make some pressure on the governments. And I think IUCN is very strong on that. WWF is very strong also on that, much more than us who are not so much political, we are more just solution oriented, but make pressures on the governments in order to stop to trade with countries, or at least with products, who are clearly destroying the environment.
Yes, André, you'd like to add on this?
I so completely agree, Bertrand. I think that it's time to get a little bit more active. I mean, we are in fact confronted with an incredible emergency. This is going to destroy us, and if we don't deal with it very quickly, we're going to have a problem. Now, that's a bit of the narrative, the negative narrative that you didn't want to have before. So let's be positive. We need to do more with less. We need to be more efficient. New technology will help us to do that. And new technology will have to be used to improve the efficacy of the way we deal with the environment, rather than allowing certain projects to be more successful. So if we look at the total, it's not a cost. it's an opportunity. We have, sorry, I'm looking at the screen because I'm talking to Bertrand. I should be talking to all of you, sorry. But what I'm trying to say is that there is an opportunity there. And as long as we see this as just a cost, we're going to be in trouble. Companies for a long time have been saying, well, we have to do something for nature, so let's do a bit of greenwashing and tick a couple of boxes. And they looked at it as a burden on the capacity to elaborate new projects. And in fact, it's exactly the opposite. It's an awful lot of opportunities, and the little pitches we see here today, sorry, when I say little, it's diminishing. What I mean, the pitches we are seeing here today are exactly the sort of thing we need to create a new going forward. I mean, the logic economically is very simple. We've used nature because it was for free. Mm-hmm. Now we realize that nature is not for free, it's priceless. If we lose it, we will never find it again. So we need to look at this in a completely different way. We need to look at this in a way where we can maximize the return on investment for nature. So no longer wastage, no longer inefficiency, no longer asking the wrong question. Let's make sure we use the new technology and the new momentum we have found in this post-pandemic age to create an economy where we're going to be efficient.
Well, what I find interesting, and I just want to quickly share this with you, I had the opportunity yesterday to do a training session at the University of St. Gallen on really new innovative solutions for business tackling today's challenges. And I mean, I'm convinced, as many on the panel, that we need new solutions, and that's the only way that we can solve the nature crisis, the climate crisis, and so forth. And I had one of the participants coming up to me and say, well, but this will be the normal innovation cycles. Some companies will come, others will go, and this will kind of solve itself by itself, because once we have then the crisis, and I was just a little bit perplexed and felt like, well, but I think it would be good to have some proactive companies, right, addressing this challenge and making sure they are here still in 10 or 20 years. Nicole, you're taking the microphone. You want to say something? Yes,
because I don't think this will solve itself by itself.
Exactly.
I think that we can see innovation, we can see new models that have potential that in the current market structure. But if we go back to the big challenges and that are more the macro challenges, we need to change the way we operate as an economic system. We need to change the way we value. And that's this whole conversation about natural capital. So I think there are some pretty big levers, and we're trying to get at them from different angles, because it's the whole system that needs to shift at once. If you think about natural capital accounting, for example, some countries are ready. They could do it tomorrow. Mm-hmm. But if they do it, their whole economic indicators, their GDP, what is that going to look like compared to the rest of the world, right? So it's kind of this, how do we start? And I think it's working on all these levers at once, and at the same time having business drive this also, and some businesses really be prepared to change their business model. And that's where the trade-off comes in, because it's not about making the same amount of profit and also having a positive impact on nature. It's about actually what does stakeholder capitalism really mean? Mm-hmm. And, this whole kind of reconsidering of profit and reconsidering of the stakeholders, and even if it doesn't have to be nature, what about future generations, right? Mm-hmm. And what about risk? So I think there is an element of it that could happen by itself, but I think it will be too late if we wait for the risks to be so big that actually businesses won't be able to operate anymore. If they change, it will be too late. Yeah. So we need to shift some of these more macro levers and policy levers first and take responsibility.
And I think the important bit here is that it's not a nature crisis, it's a humanity crisis. Mm-hmm. So, if we ask the right question, we will find the right answers. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll just add to what Nicole was saying. I think then that actually brings in this whole dimension that we need to start to have a much more coherent regulatory and policy framework as well. This is, Nicole, that great presentation you made, and I think the figure is, you said we had diminished our natural capital by 40%, was it? That is as you say, that this isn't for free. This is a cost. It's going to come back and bite us at one stage. And so this is where I do think that for too long, there has not been a coherence about how we approach a regulatory framework. Really interesting. Even with the grid regulators yesterday, they were saying we need to see a coherent regulation. And I think this actually is where we get one term that came out of Glasgow was this idea of radical collaborators. Mm-hmm. And I think actually what we need to see is we need to see business, not-for-profits, investors actually starting to push and put pressure on government, saying we need to start to see a more consistent regulatory framework, one that provides a level playing field, one where actually that rewards good innovation and actually starts to put in place a cost on the diminishing of the natural capital.
Yeah, and I think Bertrand was before saying as well that different organizations need to go and talk to governments, and we hope that you will take this message as well, because I know you're also talking to governments and asking them to, tackle or take up some of these great solutions that you have in the Solar Impulse Foundation. I hope you can also talk about the nature-based solutions when you talk to them and really help us scale kind of this need for the right framework, but also for solutions that can be scaled.
Yes, absolutely. And the governments until now were afraid to take ambitious measures because they believed, and in the past it was true, I have to admit, that the solutions were too expensive, that it would reduce the GDP, that it would need a lot of subsidies, that the corporations would do less profit. And this is why the governments were so laid back in terms of regulations. But today we see that the corporations are much more ready than before to put the industry at the service of the future, the efficiency, renewable energies, circular economy. Corporations are mostly ready for that. The solutions exist, and the solutions are showing that the investment is paying for itself thanks to the efficiency that is produced. If you reduce the waste of energy and natural resources, you get enough money to pay back for the investment. So I would say that everything is ready to have the governments put the regulations into place. And this is what we have to show them. But as long as we don't have very, very tough environmental standards, ecological norms, limits of CO2 emissions, limit of energy consumption, the new solutions will never come on the market. They will remain in the startups. They will remain in the research labs instead of being used by everybody. So the regulation, and this is the big paradox, the regulation is not going to handicap the industry. It is going to allow the industry and even to force and oblige the industry to be more efficient and to be more profitable. And at the same time, fortunately, to be more environmental friendly. And this is what they really have to understand now at high level.
Thank you very much, Bertrand. I'd like to open the floor if there are any questions from the participants here in the room or also from the online participants. Anybody would like to raise a question to the panelists here? Yes, we have two hands that are, yep. Frank will give you the microphone, so maybe just introduce.
Before we take the question, can I just add, just to reinforce the point that Bertrand was making, we should not focus ourselves only on profitability. We should also look at the way we measure success. The idea of saying the GDP will decrease and profitability will decrease, that's such a narrow platform. It's not just about finance. It's about impact. It's about contribution to society. It's about happiness. It's about love. It's about that sort of thing. And then we don't talk enough about this. And I think that that's quite important. At Building Bridges last week, there was somebody who had this wonderful image. This is the elephant in the room that we don't speak often enough about, and it flies under the radar screen. I've been spending most of my nights thinking about flying elephants. I think this is a wonderful.
Yes, but I think that's really important that companies also start integrating their impact into the decision making. So we have, yes. Mark.
Hello, yes, my name is Mark Halley. Thank you, first of all, for the presentations, the pitches this morning, and now for the panel discussion. The panel's introduced a very important complement to the optimism and innovation and entrepreneurial spirit of the first session this morning, namely that we need to get this sort of policy and regulatory framework right so that these innovative solutions can take off. But I didn't want to lose something that Bertrand Piccard said, which I think is also very important. That is necessary, but it's also not enough. And one of the things that we need to get to is the point where, you know, any company whose business model depends on destroying the climate or destroying nature should not be acceptable anymore. We need to get to a new social norm where net zero and nature positive are an absolute requirement of doing business. So we want the favorable enabling framework, but we want to go farther than that. As André said, we just don't have a lot of time.
Yeah, thank you, Mark, for that. Let's take the next question as well, and then we can discuss those points.
Hello, my name's David French, founder of My Drop in the Oceans. I'm curious about what the panel thinks about the role of consumers and citizens, because we're talking a lot about high-level discussions about policy between governments and businesses, but what about actually engaging citizens and consumers who are basically the end users of any decisions that you're discussing today?
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So I think let's take those two maybe and let's start with, I think Mark was addressing much more kind of the net zero, the net positive that companies also should embrace. And I think we have heard also there are lots of commitments from companies towards net zero. What I often hear, well, they don't know yet how to achieve the net zero, the net positive. And I think that's the challenge. And that's why some companies are also refraining of making these pledges.
So if we concentrate on CO2, this idea of a net zero is something I feel I'm starting to feel quite violent about. You know, this is the James Bond equivalent of a license to kill. I can emit CO2 and then I go and buy a certificate and I'm all right. James Bond could shoot the enemies of the Half of Majesty and then he was going to be... And I think that's a moment we really need to consider what we are trying to do here. We need to go carbon zero, not net zero. But of course, we need to transit to get there, and in a transition phase, that certainly makes a lot of sense.
So I actually heard the two comments being related because Mark mentioned a new social contract, and that is about citizens, and it is about consumers and maybe not seeing ourselves as consumers, but as empowered citizens who are demanding a different social contract. And I do think that indeed there is a lot of power there. I mean, we have seen all the mobilizations of the youth movements in the last few years, so I think there's also kind of building momentum. And what I would say is, can we better connect this momentum to the solutions, right? Because on one hand, you have this discontent and frustration. On the other hand, you have the innovators. There's business, there's regulators, like each of them has a role to play. Is there a way where we can connect that and arrive, as you say, at a new social contract where some of these activities are just not tolerated anymore?
Just picking up on Mark's point, of course, regulatory and policy frameworks can be encouraging and enabling, but the other side is they also do create those limits, and we've seen that, and social progress has been by regulation stopping things as well. So I see it actually as a continuum, Mark. But I absolutely agree. We need to, and I think André's made this point as well. There's no point enabling if we're not actually dissuading and stopping and prohibiting the bad practice. I'm encouraged actually. I sat in the final reports of COP26 and was there when India threw in at the last minute the wording on coal. But the fact is, even there I felt that doesn't matter. For the first time, coal and the end of coal is up on the agenda. That's amazing. And following on from that, there was subsidies as well. Again, it was qualified, it wasn't whatever. But the very fact is, these issues are getting up on the table now. And I think that is important as well. And we've got to keep pushing forward. That will come from public pressure as well. And I would say the last thing probably that we want to do, and Barbara, you've mentioned that, is we've got to be able to, and those of us who work on this, we've got to put the metrics, the knowledge, the communication in ways that engage both with, as I said, those who don't wake up in the morning thinking biodiversity, whether it's consumers or whether it's entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
I would be happy to add something here because,
sure.
You have the citizens and you have the population. Each citizen by himself would like to do something, and he can consume more local, he can consume bio, he can take less meat, he can heat his flat less and things like that. But when it comes to the population itself, the population is refusing a CO2 law. So you see that there is a big paradox. And this is why I believe that the role of the state, the role of the government, is to provide to the population solutions that will match with their needs. For example, the péremption date on most of the food that we eat is far too restrictive. You can keep a lot of dairy at least 1 month after the péremption date, which means that we have to change the regulation on that. There is another system about another issue about the programmed obsolescence. People would love to stop buying a new telephone every year. But if the telephone is out because it's obsolescent, they cannot do it. So the regulation needs to put a warranty into place that is at least for 5 years instead of 1 year. So the people can keep their device longer. So we see the real importance that we have to introduce between the regulation and the wish of the population in order for the citizens to be able to be more active and have a better result at the end.
Thank you, Bertrand. I think we have heard now, right, the need for regulation, for the regulatory frameworks, but also the need for business to act, but also consumers have to also take their part. As I know that some of you will not be able to stay the whole day. So as a last kind of recommendation, what do you hope for that we achieved during this afternoon, or any recommendations that you also have to some of the pitches that will come in the afternoon on nature as infrastructure or regenerative agriculture? So maybe just one quick sentence from each of the panelists. André, do you want to start?
I had a lot of very interesting points during this conversation, but what we are talking about today is incremental improvements on use of natural resources and improvement on the planet and functioning of the planet. What I would encourage everybody to do is to remind this idea that Mark just approached, the fact that we need a new social contract. We will not save nature or indeed resolve all problems of humanity if we do not fundamentally change the way we interact with each other. We need a better cooperation between social, human, and natural capital, and that will only happen if we redefine our roles and duties, our obligations and duties to each other, and our rights to each other. The current business model, the current societal model is based on reconstruction after Second World War. It's growth, growth, growth. That is no longer appropriate. We need to renegotiate all that. We need to decide how we educate. We need to decide how we deliver health. We need to decide how we die. I mean, I'm not looking forward to dying in hospital. I would prefer to die at home. You know, there's an awful lot of conversations societally which we need to do before we concentrate too much onto nature-based solutions, which are part of the solution, but certainly not the only one.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
So I would say in the context of this day and the audience here, I think that ecopreneurs can really be drivers of innovation and transformation. And you know, we have this coining a new ecopreneurship revolution, and this is what we need. And of course, we need these other macro levers. We need, you know, big businesses to transform. We need society to mobilize. But actually, if we have these engines of inspiration and transformation, that can help pull everything in this new direction of a regenerative circular economy. And so my hope is that through this community building, there can be that kind of strength and support to scale some of these solutions as kind of one of the next steps in really making this the new norm.
Great.
And I'll just come down really to the what's going to be pitched today, and to those who are going to be making the pitches. And I would really encourage you, as you think about nature-based solutions, I've said this already, also think about how that interacts and interfaces and the synergies you can build with others. I really regret I can't stay for the regenerative agriculture. It's my passion. I come from a farming family. Actually, I did my degree in agriculture. Okay. And for a long time, being a conservationist has always set uneasily with me this tension between agriculture and conservation, because I love both. That's and culturally, that's where I come from. But one thing I'd really, on regenerative agriculture, I would say look for combinations with other approaches. An easy one, I think, is actually with crop and crop reinsurance and start, how do you actually start to get those synergies working together? That's where I think we can really then start to get pathways that will allow nature-based solutions to go to scale. Thank you.
Thank you, Stewart. And Bertrand, what's your recommendation or call to action to the participants here today?
Yes, I think it's important not to make an opposition between growth and degrowth, because we're not saying about what has to grow and what has to degrow. And this is a big mistake. Of course, we have to degrow the consumption, the production, the inefficiency. We have to degrow pollution. All this we have to degrow. But with the new systems that we see today, and also the nature-based solutions, not only for energy and industry, we see that by degrowing the inefficiency and the waste, we can grow the economy. And it's not the growth of the economy that is destroying the world. It's the growth of the consumption and the production. So today, the technology allows to decouple the GDP from the quantity of the consumption to couple it with the quality of the efficiency. And this is what I like to call the qualitative growth. You grow the economy by protecting the environment. And growing the economy is important, you know. This is how we pay the pension funds. This is how you pay the life insurance. This is how you pay health, education, salaries. So today, this is, I believe, the new model we have to put into place. And it makes it very realistic. It's not a dream, you know, because the wishful thinking of having a beautiful, compassionate humankind toward nature and toward the future and toward the new generations is something difficult to obtain. But to be result-oriented, to take the economy with us, the industry with us, the political people with us, in order to go into this new economy of efficiency, I think this can be very realistic. And it will create much more alliances and coalitions. And at the end, we will save humankind and protect the environment much better.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to give a big applause to our 4 panelists. So thank you very much. I think it is showing us, yes, we need new social contracts. We need this ecopreneurship revolution to then achieve this qualitative growth. So with that, thank you very much. And we will hear now, a few more pitches. And I'd like to introduce Mark Vogt. Thank you very much, André. So I'd like to introduce Mark Vogt. He's the CEO of Infinitude, and he will be introducing the pitches that will follow now on nature as infrastructure.
Hello, everybody. It's glad to be here with all those people. So, nature and infrastructure, we are inspired every day by nature. If you see nature, like the birds, how they create their nests, the structure that they developed, or if you see a beaver regulating a river, and without actually having learned that, it's just coming from themselves. And today we're going to have the presentation of 6 projects that are inspired by nature, with DRYAD explaining us how nature-based solution helps to fight floods, with Lorena, who explained us how to restore a whole region with a nature-based solution of a Mediterranean region, with Manon, with Ecoten, who are scanning a whole city for hotspots and how nature will help to cool down those cities, with Stephanie, working at Firmenich, a very good, very big company, and to show us how she tackled the thematic of biodiversity inside the company to create nature-based solution. Thanks to Russell and his team, now cities and municipalities will have access to a standard of criteria to measure sustainabilities in those fields. And thanks to Thomas, who is going to show us how nature can help to clean water effluents. So the first person is DRYAD, and he is here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. My name is Juraj Jurik. Thank you for having me. I'm Director of Nature-Based Solutions Program at GAB Foundation in Basel. GAB is a Swiss NGO. We are promoting sustainable infrastructure and nature-based solutions. We want to create more sustainable communities and healthy ecosystems. That's our main objective, our mission. And today I would like to speak about our program, which is focused on nature-based solutions and specifically nature-based solutions in river catchments, because this is very interesting ecosystems from many perspectives. The ambition of the program is to facilitate large-scale deployment of nature-based solutions in the river catchments globally for two reasons. One is to mitigate floods that have devastating consequences, of course, but also to reduce economic damages coming from those floods, which is a very important economic element. These are the partners of the project of the project that we have. So of course, I guess some of you are familiar to you. We are supported by MAVA Foundation, by EIB, by Swiss Re, WWF, the Nature Conservancy, and other also local partners in different countries. So our objective is to really bring rivers into natural conditions as much as possible. This is the set of solutions that we are looking at. We want to create more retention capacity in river catchments using local knowledge, of course, and local adaptive solutions in different countries. So why we want to do that? So the first driver, as I mentioned, is that river flooding imposes a lot of economic stress to EU economy, but also globally. And as you can see, at the moment, or currently, it's between 4 to 5 billion in economic losses in the EU when it comes to river flooding. And this will, of course, increase as we go with climate change to over 30 billion between 2030 and 2050. The second reason is that if we want to deliver on all the climate adaptation and mitigation objectives, SDGs, CBD, IT targets, we need to triple the investment in nature, right? So this is not enough what we are doing at the moment. And for that you need projects. There are no projects, or there's a lack of projects that investors can invest in. And this is something we are trying to change. We have developed a methodology, and now I just realized I don't need my mask. Sorry for that, I feel a little bit better. Yeah, it's a new norm to have a mask, I'm sorry. We have developed a methodology called Nature for Catchment Launch Ramp, which consists of 4 components, and it helps to facilitate planning design of nature-based solutions in collaboration with local decision makers, regions, national authorities, in order to support flood resilience, economic recovery from COVID, and of course, enhancement of biodiversity. The methodology is replicable. It can be adapted to any catchment or any regional context. So what we really do is project origination work, which is so much missing at the moment. So before there is a feasibility study, there needs to be work that is kind of preceding that feasibility study, and this is what we are doing. So we look at local challenges, we assess situation, and we suggest different nature-based solutions, measures that could mitigate flooding, and then we look at how feasible those measures are in the local context. We have mobilized over €500,000 for 2021-2022. And we're working in 2 river catchments. One is in Greece and one is in Cyprus. This is, of course, we're dependent on funding, on grants, on sponsorships, and then our objective is a pilot project, of course, and that is going to be funded by national funds, regional funds, and loans. So the core concept is quite simple logic. It's based on avoided damages. So if you implement or invest in nature, you will reduce future costs, and therefore you can mobilize more money to invest in those assets and to maintain them over time. So some of the achievements, as I mentioned, we are working in Greece and Cyprus. We are in a pre-feasibility stage in both countries, in Thessaly River catchment in Greece, and in Pedia's river catchment in Cyprus. We got political buy-in from key decision makers, and we have set up essential collaboration with the European Investment Bank, which is a potentially key financier for those regions, and of course Swiss Re as the main reinsurance company providing insurance products for nature-based solutions. Just few pictures from the workshop from 2 weeks ago. We were in Greece, we did site visit, we did a co-design workshop with local stakeholders, shortlisting different kinds of measures and locations for nature-based solutions, and this work will continue and hopefully will lead to a full feasibility study and a pilot project. So I'm here because our ambition is to create project origination facility to renature river catchments in Europe, but also globally, to mitigate flooding. And we need 5 million euros for the next 5 years to regenerate 5 river catchments, and of course we want to continue. So if you are an investor, if you are working for a philanthropy, or if you're a public sector authority, in charge of river flooding or prevention of flooding, or a startup engineering company delivering technical solutions, I would be very happy to talk to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, George. Lorena, please. I know you're here. She's online? Is Manon now for the second? Okay, sorry. Manon is online. Sorry. Excuse me, Manon.
Can you hear me?
Oh, pardon, oui.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes. We can hear you.
Okay. Should I start?
Yes, please.
Okay, perfect. So, hi everyone, and thank you for being here today. My name is Manon, and I'm representing the company Ecoten Urban Comfort, which is an environmental company helping urban stakeholders to build climate-proof cities. So, as you might already know, heat waves are expected to be more frequent, more intense, and longer lasting in the upcoming years. And our goal at Ecoten is to help cities to provide a high quality of life for citizens and to avoid them with overheat stress and all the negative consequences of heat waves. So in order to mitigate this challenge, at Ecoten, we help cities to know where to take action by identifying hotspots, and also how to cool the city by recommending nature-based solutions and by simulating their impact on the climate at the neighborhood level. So if we zoom a bit more in the first stage of our action, to identify hotspots, we combine different data sets. The first one is the distribution of heat over the city. The second one is the density of vulnerable people. So according to our age, our vulnerability to heat varies. And this index maps the residential location of elderly people and young kids as well. The third index we are looking into is the density of vegetation and water bodies over the city, where we try to understand to what extent the city's infrastructure is able to cope with heat events. So by combining these different data sets, we obtain what we call the urban heat vulnerability map, which is a map representing the threat of heat waves over the city. We can also add different layers to this framework according to the goal of the municipality. We worked with the city of Vienna, so to showcase a bit our tool, here is an example of what we did. Following our assessment, they increased the number of benches for people to stay outdoors, to play game and socialize. They also provided cooling systems such as mister showers, and they also established a parking ban to allow citizens to enjoy the city at the most. This operation was a huge success, and after a local inquiry, we heard that more than 500 citizens were very happy about this initiative. And throughout the study, we also found out that by 2050, some urban areas of Vienna would heat up to 8 degrees if no action was taken. So this was also striking to learn this fact. So our second lever for action is that once we've identified where critical hotspots are located, our team can recommend nature-based solutions adapted to the morphology of the city. So green solutions, which are based on the addition of vegetation, blue solutions, which are based on adding water bodies, fountains, misters, and also white solutions, which are based on the modification of materials and colors of built environment. So these are all strategies that are very efficient to reduce the temperature. On top of this city scale analysis, we are also able to work at the neighborhood level. So as you can see on these two images, this is the modelization of a neighborhood before and after heat mitigation strategies. So the goal of this simulation tool is to predict how different urban design will impact the local microclimate. So through this tool, we can analyze temperature revolution, wind speed, wind direction, humidity rate, all these based on climate models and also based on the physical properties of the urban design. So as you can see, our team is very much international, and we believe that our diversity is helping us come in with out-of-the-box ideas. The 7 of us are spread over 2 teams, technical and sales and marketing. So far, we are very happy because we've been able to work all over the world as we're working remotely. So this is offering us many opportunities. I can put a link in the chat. Maybe you can share it with the organizer to check our website and maybe dive a bit more in our project. So during this event, Innovate for Nature, we're looking for clients mainly. So today we're working with the public and the private sector. So if in the room there are people that are working in a municipality trying to fight against the urban heat island effect, please get in touch. And as for the private sector, we're working with architects, urban planners, urban designers, and also real estate professionals.
Thank you very much.
Feel free to take my email and get in touch. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So now I invited Lorena to come on stage.
Thank you. Hello to everybody. This morning we heard about biodiversity, adaptation, and mitigation. And I want to talk about big champions of the 3 of them that are wetlands. So my name is Lorena Segura. I work for a research institution in the south of France that is called Tour de Vila, founded by the Hoffmann family. And I'm happy to present you a project in which we work called Restoration of Wetlands to mitigate the climate change effects. And it's particularly a nature-based solution in the former southworks of the Camargue. So to talk about the Camargue is an area, is the Rhone River Delta. That is not the last version, but it's okay. That is, that most of the territory, so 70% of the territory is at less than 1 meter height, and the sea level is rising. So we know that we expected 2 meters of a rising of the sea level by 2100. So we believe that restoring wetlands can act as a buffer zone to mitigate floods. And as I was talking about adaptability, wetlands are these kind of ecosystems that can adapt to different circumstances. So they are very dynamic, and they can either open new paths or create natural barriers to face climate change. What great infrastructure, as dikes, cannot always do that, and cannot always adapt to the increase of frequency of big natural phenomena like storms. So what we are doing at Tour de Vila is changing the protocol and not working at the front level, so at seafront level, but we are working inside. So we are trusting on the inner dike and supporting the restoration of 6,500 hectares of wetland. So the achievement so far has been that The water systems now are reconnected. So this place used to be salinas. So the different lagoons were like compartmentalized for the salt production, for the evaporation of the water to produce salt. And now this system is completely reconnected. So that means that we have the inner contribution of fresh water, and that the system is less salty, so the vegetation could recolonize. We have like explosion of biodiversity increase that the team of researchers is very happy to monitor every time. So it's kind of a playground of the researchers from the Institute. And we also have increased collaboration between the different actors, including local actors. So in terms of our business model, so it's not really a business model because we are a research institution, but we have worked with different partners that are the Park of the Camargue, the National Society for Protection of Nature, and the Conservatoire du Littoral, that is the federal government. So this area is owned now by the federal government. And in terms of cost-benefit analysis, so we estimated that our strategy, so what is restoring the inner dike and also restoring these 6,500 hectares would be like around 10,000 less costly than restore the front dike that is completely difficult to do because of all the storms that are destroying it continuously. We come with different funds, with different sources that range from private and public funds. So in terms of the impact, we have published in different journals, and the project has been taken as an example for other sites, especially for our Mediterranean partners. So we work at Tour de Balade at Mediterranean scale, and we collaborate with many other partners, and especially for the people and for the partners who work in deltas. This has been like a very nice example and a way to collaborate with us. We have also contributed to sustainable development goals, especially to biodiversity and the biodiversity-oriented, clean water-oriented, and also the good health for people. So in terms of needs, what we are looking forward here is for partners. So what we want the most is to get in contact with partners that could help us to develop risk scenarios also to share that with the community that is nearby the area. And in terms of communication, we would like to get to know also better resources to better communicate with the local inhabitants. And in terms of financial resources, what we want is to continue to look for funds for continuing all this work, and also for improving research on this, on what wetland restoration can bring as a nature-based solution to face sea level rise. So thank you very much for your attention. Here is my contact, and also the contact of Marc Thibault, who's the project leader of this project.
Thank you very much, Laura.
Thank you.
And now we have Stephanie online from Firmenich. Stephanie, can you hear us?
Yes. Hello, everyone. Thanks. Thanks for welcoming me. And thank you for holding that hybrid session.
You have the stage.
Thank you. So today, I really want to echo some of the panel discussion we had, and how actually to show you how a company like Firmenich, which is a flavor and fragrance house, quite big, as you mentioned in the introduction, based in Switzerland, how we are embedding nature in our strategy, and more specifically, today I want to focus on the infrastructure, so how we are onboarding our manufacturing sites in that topic of biodiversity. So first, definitely, these are the graphs that you know, I mean, how, to what extent climate and the biodiversity trends are going together. And what really I want to show here is that we clearly have dependencies and impacts on nature, and everyone in the room today, and as well definitely online, agree on that. And we have to take action, whoever we are. And us as a business, we are starting to take action. And it's not the first year; it's been more than 10 years. And on the next slide, what I want to bring on is how we are planning to do that and how we have started to do that. So first of all, we want to work with clear guidelines. So that's why we are partnering with key organizations like the Science Based Targets for Nature, like today with Swiss Bees for Nature. But as well, we've been following a lot the drafting process of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework from the UNCBD. And this supports us to confirm that through our strategy that you see here, we strive to contribute to a no net loss. So we agree that ethically we need to go to the positive aspects of it. Let's do it step by step and in a progressive way. So that's why by 2025, we want to show how we can strongly contribute to that no net loss approach. And the solutions we are bringing on board on the next slide is that you see that the first thing that was key for the business, that we managed to incorporate the biodiversity topic into the corporate risk management. So it had been strongly acknowledged by the board that this is a risk for the business. And it's an evidence for some of us around the table, but it's not necessarily that evident for businesses. So it was a very key win for us to reach that. We've been setting a governance that is cross-divisional with local expertise, and we want to get our sites on board because we need to work and walk the talk, as we say, okay? And we know that we have work here. And we are working never alone. So we are bringing on board the IUCN with the Swiss Bees for Nature, UEBT, and also the One Planet Business for Biodiversity, tackling regenerative agriculture. And looking more on our side, so we've run a mortality assessment, which is provided in the next slide. And as mentioned, it will be shared, so you will be able to look into the details there. But we've been following the 5-step approach of the SBTN. The first step is to understand our impact and dependencies and confirming that we have to walk the talk in our own manufacturing sites. So on the next step was to prioritize and measure. So which tool actually can we use? Because you have many, many tools to try to measure biodiversity, to try to guide actual actions toward restoration or rebuilding an ecosystem. So we needed to develop internally a decision tree to support our teams and our sites to understand what could be a biodiversity action plan or what could be a component of your local project that will tackle biodiversity issue. So we've been selecting tools that are also recognized by the international context and the framework. So IBAT, the IUCN STAR metrics as well. We are now also working with the UEBT and the Biodiversity Action Plan to really strengthen the monitoring. And all these partners, and it was an important aspect for us as a business, they are all linked and recognized by the Science Based Target for Nature. So we strive to pilot and test tools that are under recognition process by this network of actions. And as shared by Lorena, and it's nice to see here the resonance here, because we are actually having a wetland restoration project in the US, in one of the industrial area where we are settled. And it's been 3 years that the project is ongoing. And you have on top the picture of before and on the bottom the now, so the after the project running. And it's a great, sorry, just to continue on the previous slide, it's a great aspect, and this is where in such projects we want to implement clear monitoring. And this is on scope 1, so within our manufacturing sites. Definitely on the next slide, you can briefly see that we are also tackling scope 2 and so looking at all raw materials and how this product is used by our brands and customers. So thanks a lot. This was a short presentation for you to understand how businesses strive to incorporate biodiversity in their action. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. So as you see, we have a match with Tour du Vala. I would like to invite Thomas on the stage.
Good morning, I'm Thomas from EcoBird. So today I'm going to talk to you about solutions to treat water pollution, mostly caused by human activity. So EcoBird is a small company that has a strong expertise in nature-based solutions to treat water. So our activity is mostly feasibility studies, solution selection, process engineering and design. Construction support, so we don't build ourselves, but we support local partners that will build the nature-based solution as a way to develop circular economy aspects. And we also have a lot of R&D projects, and we design R&D facilities. Our collaborators are consultants and industries, local authorities, administrations, development agencies, NGOs. We're a small company, as I said, 12 people, 25% are in the research and development department, and 50% in the engineering department. And we have a reasonable turnover, 700,000 euros in 2019. How we position ourselves. So in France, we are among the leader and oldest company with 2,000 systems that have been deployed. And now we are developing into the industrial market, urban areas, and also in the international market. Our differentiation is our approach to problems. So first, we do effluent characterization and context analysis. We integrate, combine, optimize nature-based solutions in treatment solutions. We evaluate, compare solutions on a technical, environmental, or economical aspect. And we prepare and support the solution, the deployment of nature-based solutions. But what are nature-based solutions for effluent treatment? So it's a solution that relies on natural processes that are selected, optimized to remove pollution. The objective interest of nature-based solutions is that, first of all, they're reliable and they perform well. Their objective in our solutions is to remove pollution, and they do it perfectly well. They're robust and resilient, so they can adapt and recover to high variations in condition, being climatic or effluent quality, quantity. They're low carbon or energy intensity, so they're more sustainable than other solutions. And they bring environmental co-benefits, such as economical ecosystem services. Applications can be to common pollution, so domestic wastewater, septage, sludge, and so on. Highly fluctuating pollutions from effluent from agri-food industry, stormwater, and very complex pollution from industrial sites and contaminated aquifers. An example, application to common pollution. So these simple pollutants, urine, feces, have usually quite limited variations. Solutions needs to be robust, simple, and resilient to apply to small-scale communities, small villages, or medium-sized villages. The site constraints are usually very important, such as topography, space availability, integration in the landscape. But we need to consider future use, such as extension, regulation. Application to highly fluctuating pollutions with high level of pollutants or hydraulic variability according to the season, the weather, the production. Example, the wine industry during harvest, there's a lot of pollution, and then after it's much lower. The systems need to be robust, resilient, and high performance to deal with the high inflow of pollutants. Environmental co-benefits are quite important, and reusing the water, especially when it's related to the agri-food industry, is quite important. And application to complex pollution. mixture of very nasty pollutants, petrochemicals, chlorinated compounds, pathogens, micropollutants. You name it, we can find it. So we need strict treatment objective in terms of performance, robustness, but also cost efficiency. The site constraints are important because the sites are usually still in operation. The topography can be a constraint, regulation can be difficult, and nature-based solution can be combined with other systems to provide good performance. And these systems can be tested at pilot scale before upscaling. We have partnership with research institutions and technical networks. And why we are at Innovate for Nature? Well, first to develop our network, to promote nature-based solutions because they work, so they should be applied more, to develop partnership, to deploy these solutions, and to support acceptation of nature-based solutions. And eventually, if people have projects or research wants research collaboration, we are happy to help. So thank you very much. Feel free to ask me any question if you have.
Thank you, Thomas. And now the last speech from Russell. Russell, are you online?
I am indeed. Hello.
Hello. How are you, my friend? So
very well, thank you.
The stage is yours.
Thank you. So we know that well-managed urban areas can support rich biodiversity, and yet urbanization remains the third most frequently cited threat to species on the IUCN Red List. We know that exposure to nature can render amazing physical and mental health benefits and inspire care for the natural world. Yet prevailing patterns of urbanization typically weaken human-nature connections and exacerbate social inequities. We know that green and blue infrastructure can enhance the livability and resilience of cities. Yet most urban systems remain heavily exposed to climate and disaster risks. We know that cities can be drivers of innovation and economic prosperity, yet they can also be drivers of environmental destruction with ecological footprints that can be orders of magnitude larger than their physical urban area. The evolution of cities will largely determine the fate of our planet. Next slide, please. That is why some years ago, IUCN established the Urban Alliance, a broad coalition of IUCN constituents concerned with urban dimensions of nature conservation. And that is why we have set about developing this new knowledge product, the Urban Nature Index. It's a product to measure the ecological performance of cities. There's an old saying that what gets measured gets done. So measure we must. Or as André Hoffmann rightly said, we must change the way we measure success. Next slide, please. The Urban Nature Index has been financed to date by Arcadia, a charitable fund of Lisbeth Rousing and Peter Baldwin. And it was not born in a vacuum, but rather developed in consultation with some 30 cities around the world. 6 of those cities went so far as to pilot the Urban Nature Index, delivering amazing feedback along the way. I should pay tribute to them: Curitiba, Lagos, Mexico City, Paris, Singapore, and Saanich. And we also received dedicated support from a team of consultants in Urban Biodiversity Hub. Next slide, please. The index can be differentiated from other urban sustainability frameworks by its unique framing and scope. So recognizing the dynamism and complexity of urban systems, we have used the Driver Pressure State Impact Response framework to identify and address root causes of ecological problems. Recognizing the ecological impacts of cities extend far beyond their boundaries, the scope is intentionally broad, encompassing urban, bioregional, and global or telecoupled spheres of impact. Next slide, please. So here it is. At least this is a very crude summary. As you can see, there are some 30 indicator topics nested across 6 themes, which basically reflect the DPSIR framework I just mentioned. And for each indicator topic, we offer 1 or more recommended indicators with calculation methodologies and suggested data sources to cater to varying degrees of capacity residing in local governments. Next slide, please. The scoring system is very, very simple. Essentially, we're just looking for trends over time. And we recommend that this index be implemented by cities at a cadence of perhaps once every 2 to 3 years. Next slide, please. At the recent IUCN World Conservation Congress in Marseille, our 1,400 members adopted the Marseille Manifesto, the key outcome document. This comprises an important urban commitment to enhance access to green space and biodiversity in 100 cities comprising 100 million people by 2025, and to measure progress using the Urban Nature Index. So we clearly have our work cut out. Next slide, please. And these are some of the next steps that we envisage in the near future. I won't go through each of these, but certainly we want to create a digital home, perhaps as part of the IUCN Contributions for Nature platform, a much broader digital platform that's in the pipeline. We want to build capacity in local governments and assist them in undertaking baseline assessments. We want to gather and share their experiences, perhaps through platforms such as Panorama Solutions. And I want to stress that this tool is not set in stone. It's a work in progress. It will continuously evolve in light of feedback received from the implementing cities. Next slide, please. So if this excites you as much as it excites me, and if you are interested to join us on this journey, then please do not hesitate to get in touch. We would be very glad to chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rosa. So the next topic is productive and regenerative agriculture. And we have the opportunity today to see 6 beautiful pictures coming from a seaweed coalition from Vincent, to use bee to make monitoring from Michael, or to offer a platform for farmers all around the world with an incredible dashboard from Gregory from Renature. Mashbrid is going to show us how proteins is changing through their technology. Gayago will explain us how, just with a mushroom, how you can change the fertility of a soil and its capacity. And to finish, Gian Mario from Be Helpful will show us a new technology, how to preserve our bees. So please, Vincent.
Thank you, everyone. So I'm Vincent Doumeizel from the Safe Seaweed Coalition, but I work for the United Nations at the Global Compact. I'm here to talk about a revolution, as it was named by CNN recently, the seaweed revolution. So you can move to the next slide. So back 12,000 years ago, we moved from prehistory to civilization, to modern history, when we stopped being hunters-gatherers and developed agriculture on land. Growing crops and so forth, but we never did that with the ocean. We are still in the Stone Age when it comes to the ocean. So we are hunting, and we are hunters and gatherers mostly. We hunt for fish and collect wild seaweed. So it's time for a revolution now, because we have almost 1 billion people starving in the world today, and in the meantime, 70% of our planet is covered by ocean that contribute to less than 2% of our food. Once again, we are hunters-gatherers. We use the ocean mostly to dump our waste, and still we call that regenerative agriculture. So we should reconnect the land with our ocean. And if we want to start to build ecosystem at sea instead of destroying them, seaweed is a very good place to start, because that's the lowest trophic level. So first of all, seaweed is a very large word. I mean, it's a very large etymology for something that can be very, very different. Seaweed were the first complex living organism on the planet. We are all here descendant of blue seaweed. Back 500 million years ago only, green seaweed moved on land and gave birth to all the plants we have around us today. So typically, a green seaweed is genetically much closer to an oak tree or to a strawberry than it is to a red seaweed. The genetic difference between a red seaweed and a green seaweed is bigger than the difference between a fungi and a mammal. So, and an elephant, typically. So that's typically very, very different. It's important because this diverse area of genetics offers an equally diverse area of application. So seaweed, what for? Well, first, food. Typically, seaweed is a super nutritious food that contains a lot of iron, protein, much more proteins than in soy, by the way, a lot of vitamin B12, the only vegetable that contains vitamin B12. It can be a substitute to many meat, protein, and so forth. So it does not need to be kept cold. Once dried, you can keep it for months. It does not need any cold chain, anything. So it's a good news for emerging countries and for our climate. It's also a solution. I mean, 10% of the food in Japan is using seaweed. So once again, it's already there. You may be a meat lover. Still, seaweed is a very good source of feed, animal feed. Next, please. Here is the. Okay. No. So very good source of animal feed here. It can feed animal with very interesting side effects such as cutting methane emission by large and providing and cutting the use of antibiotics. Can be used as a biostimulant for plant. It can replace plastic in a very efficient way. It can support life in the ocean, provide marine habitat and restore ecosystems in the ocean. It can also sequester massively carbon. Remember, it sequesters 3 times more carbon per square meters than the Amazon forest and than any land on land. So typically seaweed can grow up to 40 centimeters a day, up to 60 meters high. And while it grows, it not only it absorbs a lot of carbon, but it sequesters part of this carbon because it's lost in the abyssal water, sending carbon back where it used to be, which is under the ocean. So that's the only food that reverses climate change. It's also create revenues for coastal communities and contribute to women empowerment because most of these the revenues are going to women in emerging countries at the moment. So that's a very interesting solution. The problem is that we are yet to understand it and yet to understand what's happening. So if you look at it, seaweed is already growing very fast. It's a 30 million tons business, employing 8 million people in Asia, growing at 10% a year. If you look at the green area here, you see that the wild harvesting, which is where we are in Europe, is stable, while it's growing very fast for cultivation. So we are talking about a 50 billion business that does not need land, nor fresh water, nor pesticide. It's only happening in Asia. Why Asia are the only one to use free resources, we don't know. It may be linked to the very intense link that they have between food and health that we have lost because we are moving to a very chemical pathway. Anyway, in order to lead the change, we have released the Seaweed Manifesto that you can download here, with a lot of famous names, trying to lead a revolution. And what we acknowledge is that we need to work together in a collaborative way. So we launched the Safe Seaweed Coalition. I will go very fast because I'm late, with a lot of organization. So the coalition is ongoing at the moment. Part of our governance, we have all the big names that are vital in this change.
Vincent, 30 seconds.
Yeah, so we are trying to map with this, we are trying to map the seaweed stakeholders, and we have already, in this coalition, a very large number of stakeholders. So you can join the coalition over there. We need to accelerate change. We need to attract investors. We need to get exposed. We need to bring together the seaweed community in order to build a very ethical and sustainable supply chain. We can be remembered as the first generation on this planet that managed to feed the entire world with safe and sustainable food while mitigating climate change. And I do remember we will, but we need to get together to do this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vincent. Gregory, please.
Hello, everybody. As you can see, I'm joined by Marco de Boer in Holland. But I will present you the Renature Impact Dashboard today here in person in Lausanne. My name is Gregory Stelli. I'm really pleased to be here. If it works, it helps. No. What is Renature doing? Renature designs, implements, and monitors regenerative agroforestry system worldwide. The main goal of Renature for his impact is soil regeneration. And soil, as you may know, after being in the ocean, is really key to regeneration globally. It will increase biodiversity, and in the long run, it will help for climate resilience. It will also, and that was the topic this morning, improve economic prospects. And last but not least, very important to us, quality of life for farmers. ReNatures today, operates globally. As you can see, we have a lot of projects in the Americas, projects in Africa, some projects also in Asia, Australia, India, and a project in Europe. Our headquarters, as Marco is there, is in Amsterdam. You can help us here measuring the impact of the 80,000 global farmers that we have in our portfolio. We will be tracking with this dashboard 3 impact domains that are very classical: social, economic, and ecological impact. But we will have them all at the same place at the same time. And this is key because we bring all the comprehensive data to the people and the stakeholder. This impact dashboard will be the most comprehensive measurement tool in the field of regenerative agroforestry. How will it look and feel? Well, this is what you would have. You would have the project page, and each monitored project, you will see with a satellite image the location of the project. You will have also a clear description of the project, a visual of the planting system in place, and then you have all the metrics that you can see in a very, very graphic way. So it's easy to make the link between the terrain, the agriculture, and the other side of the lenders, the companies that we would see right now. What are the benefits? The benefits of this dashboard, it's that it's easy to understand infographics. And we bring in this dashboard top-notch scientific and commercial data partners. This is bringing clear insights for C-level and project teams. It will also be open access for farmers and scientists. This is very important to us. ReNature's global partners and clients will use this impact dashboard. We have ongoing project right now, when I think of it, with Moët & Chandon and with Nespresso, but we are collaborating with all the people there. What's in it for them? Again, the main point is the visibility to show stakeholders and consumer the impact in a very comprehensive way, so we can accelerate the change that's needed right now. We will bring also independent insight. This is also key to us. It will help also, like we saw by Firmenich, to bring ESG performance indicator in their report. And this tool also is very key and important to provide farmers with the necessary information to help them generate income from their ecosystem services. For that, we need a grant, and we need to start for this first year the minimal viable product that we have. And we will do some research and project management within ReNature. We will design it with the mobile company in Holland to have it in a nice API. And then we also have monitoring of the project and the evolution cost. On 3 years, we aim at collect 1.4 million euro to level the project. So this is how it will run. What's important here, when you go through it, not needed to read it all, is the pink thing. We start also to have cash that will get in. The report will be paid, like when you consume articles in the press, you will pay per report. This is what is key. What is ReNature and why ReNature? So far, we are helping 4,000 plus farmers transitioning to regenerative agroforestry. We are impacting 42,000 hectares globally. And so far, we have invested 2.3 million euro in the several projects that were conducted globally. So, as we said this morning, our aim is to lead by example. And this is how we want to ReNature. So if you want to have a coffee or a sandwich because it's noon, I'll be glad to answer. And you can connect with us on all the social media or connect with Marco that was online too.
Thank you, Gabriele.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marco. Michael, please, you're online.
Yes,
Can you
I am.
hear us? That's great. You have the stage.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm Michael, CEO of Biodiversity, where we believe that to get everybody involved in biodiversity regeneration, we have to prove that biodiversity can create value. That's what we do. And one of the tools we developed is linked to the monitoring of the environment. And you can go to the next slide, please. And we realized that there was no technology to monitor agricultural and industrial pollution, as well as biodiversity at a large scale. So if you don't monitor, it's difficult to act, of course. And we realized that bees could be seen as a little natural drone. Why is that? Next slide, please. Because bees cover large surface to feed themselves. So they go up to 1.5 kilometers, which is a surface of 700 hectares, and they collect billions of samples of pollen. Next slide, please. And we developed a device to collect this pollen on a daily basis and methods to analyze the pollen. Why is that? Because the pollen contains air and soil pollution. So we can see whatever kind of agricultural pollution there is, or industrial pollution, at what concentration it is, what's its impact, and so on. But the pollen also contains the DNA of the plants. So we can analyze plant species, the quantity, quality of these species, and also model that for other species. And so we see exactly at what period of the year there's a lack of biodiversity and what can be done about it. Next slide, please. So that's what we call the biomonitoring. So the service consists in collecting pollen via bees with our local beekeepers, analyzing the pollen with our methodologies, and then we provide all the indicators, so on-site, very precise indicators and recommendations on what can be done. Next slide, please. So we're active today in 10 countries in Europe and in the US, starting in Africa as well, monitoring more than 70,000 hectares of land and willing to expand, of course. Next slide, please. Just to show you a bit the power of the data. So 3 categories of actors we work with. The first one are those that have to protect their resources. So here you had water catchment zones, underground, and vineyards above ground. And we identified more than 25 pesticides at very high level on a yearly basis in 2014. And within 3 years, by sharing this data and providing alternatives, we reduced the amount of pesticides to less than 5 on average. Next slide, please. This is a city, so we monitored, of course, the port, as you can see there, and the impact of the port in terms of pollution, agriculture, and so on, and we changed the city in terms of air quality, but also in terms of biodiversity, where, as you can see, we went from more than 10 species on average to more than 50, so times 400 within 3 years. And that had a great impact for local agriculture, tourism, etc. Next slide, please. And finally, we work a lot with actors that have a negative impact or are perceived as such and have to go towards a positive impact. And so you see real estate industries, mining industries, etc. And again, we provide them with metrics at a large scale, large area, so that they can integrate their own site within the territory and design projects in terms of pollution reduction or biodiversity improvement in a proper way and measure the impact they have. Next slide, please. So those are the kind of clients we work with. We believe there's a strong market for what we do. Next slide, please. Especially because we're working on a predictive tool. So now that we have a lot of data, we're able to assess the risks of a site in terms of pesticides, biodiversity, and heavy metals without having to place bees on site. And that's, we're working on the platform with Accenture and Microsoft. Next slide, please. We're a team of bioengineer tech experts, and of course we have 12.5 million bees, which makes us the largest employer in the world for the moment. Next slide, please. And our needs, well, we would like to expand our biomonitoring tool. So if you know companies or cities that could be interested in that kind of tool to monitor biodiversity and pollution, that would be great. And we need support also to develop the AI platform I talked about in terms of finance, but also in terms of expertise and collaboration. And we love to collaborate with other partners that have expertise in those fields. So I'll be available online and happy to meet you a bit later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miguel. May I invite Majbrit on the stage.
Hello, I'm Majbrit Byskov-Bridges. I am the co-founder of Alver. I have my founder here in the room as well, so we will both be around later on to speak to you. So at Alver, we have developed a range of high-protein vegan foods with microalgae. And as Vincent has just told you how fantastic algae are, I don't need to go into that space then. So Mine Uran, she is an expert in the alternative proteins, especially non-animal proteins, and was the head of alternative proteins at Nestlé. Myself, I'm an economist and I come from the financial industry, and together we're really building a successful company that is also very sustainable. So, alternative proteins are set to reach 290 billion by 2030, and microorganisms are leading that next frontier of proteins. At Alver, what we've done is we've cracked the barrier to getting microalgae to actually go mainstream in the food industry. We have a protected strain, and we have several patents. We're experienced founders. We have a great team. We're 7, and we are supported by an experienced board as well. In terms of our partners and investors, we have, for example, Schweizer Zucker, who came on board as an investor because they see it as an opportunity for their sugar, because we use it as a fermentation process. Bühler's in the industrial side to make sure that our pasta could really go through the large machinery so that we can really be on an industrial level. Firmenich, we've been working with them on the taste side so that our meat applications can be just as tasty. And M Industries on dairy applications, and coming on also on board as an investor. So in terms of our product, we have the most sustainable protein on Earth today. It is a superfood. It has got very high levels of micro and macronutrition. It's revolutionary in taste because it has no taste. It's neutral in taste and in color, and this is why it can be incorporated easily into any food. We have received many awards, including the Best Natural Product Award, and we just won the Impact Award for 2021 earlier last month. It's an innovative heterotrophic fermentation process, which means that we can scale it up very quickly, and it's very light capex. So we've reached the point where it's infinitively scalable. So alternative proteins, this is the BCG report that came out earlier in the year, say that plant proteins have done a great job, and now the next place are microorganisms and are going to grow at 111% annual compounded growth. After that, we will most likely also see some animal cell-based coming on board in the next 10 years or so. So where we've cracked the barrier is that normally spirulina or macro seaweed and chlorella in its normal form that you find it in the oceans is green. What we've done is we've got a natural fermentation process where we have worked with the strain and managed to get a golden, a diamond, and a ruby chlorella that are 100% natural and easy to incorporate into any foods. So we have a proprietary strain, which is our trade secret. What we do then is we have 3 patents. We have one on the preparation, one on the feed, and one on the method. And it's basically a fermentation where it's fed with sugar. Once it's fermented, it's washed, it's dried, it's packaged. This means it's 100% natural. There's no extraction. There's no extrusion. There is nothing done to the algae itself. It is the algae from point 1 until the end. So 100% natural. And then we can incorporate it into our finished foods. So it is the most sustainable protein on Earth, and this is a full life cycle analysis that we did. And here it's clear to see that we require 369 times less arable land than for the production of beef, for example. The same with CO2 and water. So we have this range of high-protein vegan foods already on the market. We've had success in mostly Northern Europe, in Germany, in the Baltics, in Scandinavia, moving into the UK and into Russia. What's also fascinating is that it is a natural binder, and this is where we're opening up a whole new area of natural foods, because it can be used as a natural binder in plant-based foods, but also in all types of foods. We have received over 2 million in grants. We have also got the Solar Impulse just recently award as well, and we won the best new specialty health product earlier last month as well. We are now at the point where we are raising 10 million. We need to accelerate. We have already, in our last round, in our Series A, we raised money so that we could scale up our production. Now we need to accelerate. We have the lead position at the moment in the world, and what we need to make sure is that we can keep that lead. So if anybody wants to join us in leading the second growth wave of alternative proteins, and come and talk to myself and to my co-founder, Mine Uran, who is standing just here, and we would love to have you on board and really accelerate Alver to the next stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rick. So, Charles, I think you're online.
Hello. Hello, everybody.
Okay, you have the stage.
Thank you. So hello, I'm Charles, Head of Transition for GaiaGo. I'll start with a question. What's the industry with the biggest potential positive carbon impact in the world? You would normally say clean energy. Actually, it's agriculture. And for that, the hottest topic is not emissions reduction, but it's carbon sequestration in soils. And that's exactly where we operate in. In the next slide, the problem is 66% of soils are degraded or very degraded, according to the FAO, which represents major quantities of CO2 emitted into the atmosphere, between 20 and 30 years of emissions from the planet. But for restoring soils quickly, we need technological innovation and incentives. For innovation, we have a 300 billion crop inputs market with double-digit margins. Yet, most of the big players only care for crops and plants and do not take soil into account. And that's a pity, because living soils bring high impacts on fertility and agricultural resilience. So on the next slide, let's be clear. There will be no ecological transitions without agriculture, and no future for agriculture without living soils. What does GaiaGo do for that? On the next slide. We've created the first soil prebiotic that leverages the power of fungi to improve soil structure in less than 6 months, to boost fertility, and to accelerate carbon sequestration. And we've coupled it with a technical data platform to help generate carbon credits certified by Gold Standard and valorized by the best partners in the world. And we have, on the next slides, a unique offer in the world, an offer based on technology where all the others are based on change of practices, and an offer based on soil analysis where all the others are making projections based on models. On the next slide, we have a clear roadmap that has started back in 2014 by agronomical results validations. Then we validated the carbon sequestration potential. Then last year, we validated the mode of action with the famous Unilassal University in France. And this year, we will get the final international certification by Gold Standard. We are already pre-certified by Gold Standard. Sorry, on the previous slides, we are ready to launch today. Just to give you an overview of the market, all arable lands in the world have the potential to sequester up to 50% of the CO2 world emissions annually. That's huge. That's a 15 billion market in Europe. Take a 7% market share and do the math, and you will get an eco-unicorn. And more importantly, we have cross-selling opportunities with at least 3 similar nature-based products with the same customers, bringing that market to 15 to 45 billion. But that's not the point today. On the next slide, from now on, if you think about future of agriculture, think Gaiago. We are looking for investors. We are looking for buyers for quality carbon credits, and partners to expand our geographical footprint. Thank you very much, and man can thrive when soils thrive.
Thank you, Charles. So our last participant, Gian Mario. Don't run, we have time.
Good afternoon, everybody. As BFL, we...
Just wait,
yeah.
Sorry, Gian-Marie.
Thank you.
Because you have 5 minutes, not 5:30. Okay, thank you.
Okay, ready? As BFL, we are working with honeybees. As known, honeybees are the most important insect of the planet. They are responsible and managed by the pollination of the biodiversity. No, we could not be here today because the life on the earth would not be present as we know. We would like to show you a video resuming our activity in the last 15 years. I'm Gian Mario, a mechanical engineer with a passion for honeybees along with Alex. We founded BeHealthful, a Swiss startup company. Primal Bee System is our product, an innovative, patented honeybee hive. Bees are more than honey. Most of the food we put on the table comes from the honeybee pollination capability. And managing honeybees is harder than ever. As beekeepers, we have experienced firsthand the honeybee decline. The use of Primal Bee System hive benefits bees, obtaining plus 200% bee population and pollination capability compared to standard hive, up to 70% reduction of managing cost and time by beekeepers.
I'm Alex, and our story has started when we saw a huge colony living in a giant tree for years, when we were struggling to keep our hives alive and productive. We applied the most advanced computer analysis, and we spent more than 10 years building and testing prototypes. From the theory we developed, Primal Bee System hive was born. A new, evolutionary, winning house for the bees we love so much. We have demonstrated in 4 continents that the colony population dynamic is strictly related to the thermodynamic efficiency of the hive. And we are the only ones to redesign the hive from the bee's point of view, when the 150 years old Langstroth hive was not. And any existing solution is just an addition to that old design. The outstanding Primal Bee performance, all the management tasks we eliminate, provide all across the whole food supply chain a better sustainability everywhere on the planet. Early adopters helped us honing the design. So we will replace every single hive everywhere in the world, and then we will add more hives, because we all need more bees on the trees.
To get there, we need money. We are fundraising for 1 million to produce and sell the new super competitive version of the Primal Bee System hive. 2 main manufacturing suppliers in Europe and California, and the marketing action has been planned. The team is gearing up. Selling 10,000 hives in the next 2 years will allow us to expand in Australia, New Zealand, and Asia with our own manufacturing facilities, increasing market shares, profitability, and looking then to the next financial round.
To dig deeper, contact us. Don't miss the opportunity to save the bees, because we all need more bees on the trees.
Okay, We have still 1 minute per second. I would invite again investor to take a talk in the meeting in the afternoon. And I would like also to invite the managers of the conservation project for the forest of local food production to take some synergy with us to try our system in the field. Finally, how it works, it's all based over the increasing of efficiency of the hive, as the hive is the true basic chain of the life for the honeybee. The honeybee requires thermal energy, they self-produce, so that in engineering terms, all the standard hives the human ever produced are very dissipative, and only the 20% of the energy the honeybee family pick up in the environment can be stored in terms of new population and honey. And we are engineering the wild, obtain the first hive with the 90% efficiency, so that the colony can store the 90% of the energy they pick up, advantaging the colony first and the beekeeper then. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Gian-Mario.
Thank you all for your inspiring pitches and really all these interesting solutions. I think now we are probably all very hungry and we need a quick break. I just want to remind you, especially also those that are still with us online, you have in the handbook really contact details of all the pitches, so you can get in touch with them then. And for all those who are here, you can exchange with them over lunch. I still, even though we are running a little bit late, I still would encourage you to come back at 1:30, because we will have Simon Zadek joining us in the afternoon online, and I think he only has really from 1:30 to 2. So let's try to start again 1:30, 1:35, but until then, enjoy lunch and looking forward to some interesting exchanges with all of you. Okay.
nous parles un peu plus et tout.
T'as le mur du son là. Ah, j'ai pris du pied.
C'est la vie, les intégrales. C'est quoi le setup? C'est il y a quoi, une ou deux câbles? Et puis les deux, on les a changés d'adresse pour fonctionner. Ouais, pour leur remettre. Oui, c'est plutôt avant de compléter la régie qu'on les remette à la
Tu fais ta pause tranquille. Ah, je sais, mais c'est pour ça que je fais partie à la
quelques arrivées.
L'autre, c'est légèrement brûlé.
Donc non, non.
S'il vous plaît, j'ai faim.
Okay, so may I ask everyone to come back into the plenary so that we can start the afternoon session, please? Please have a seat. And this afternoon we will be actually focusing on how to finance nature-based solutions. And as a start, we will hear from Simon Zadek, who I've met already 20 years ago. Simon Zadek, for those of you who don't know him, he's the chair of Finance for Biodiversity Initiative, and he's also the co-chair of the Technical Committee on the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosure. He's also director of the Migrant Nation. He has worked with many corporations, governments, and also multi-stakeholder initiatives on their sustainability and broader strategy. And we really look forward today, Simon, to hear from you how finance for biodiversity aims to increase the materiality of biodiversity in financial decision-making, and how also global finance can be aligned with nature conservation and restoration. Welcome, Simon. Hi.
Hi, Barbara. Thank you very much for that generous introduction. Can you hear and see me reasonably well?
We can hear and see you very well, yes.
Fantastic. Okay, then I will kick in with no further ado.
Perfect.
Because I know your agenda is very packed, and I will use my time allotted as helpfully as I can.
Very good.
Great. So for those who watched or participated in COP26 in Glasgow, I'm sure we all have many things that we could describe as having taken place, but one of the most marked changes as compared to previous years of negotiations around climate is that the VIP guest was certainly nature. And for the first time, really, we've seen nature having languished in many ways, not just behind the climate agenda, but sort of somewhere in a sort of conservation finance world, we began to see nature kind of edging into the broader conversation of how to align global finance with sustainable development, including climate and nature positive outcomes. In the context of Glasgow, of course, the focus was on nature's role in sequestering carbon and the work that was done and so-called Article 6 that was agreed that will lead to a surge in both compliance and voluntary carbon markets will also lead to significant and growing investments in the purchase of carbon offsets, or if you like, long-term offtake agreements from those who own or steward nature assets. So translating that into common language, you know, somebody doing a deal with, say, a local authority or private owner of land or forest land that is intending to invest in nature in ways that increase the capacity of carbon sequestration. And what they're selling is not the asset, but what they're selling are the rights to own those carbon offsets as they begin to emerge, say, over a 5, 10, or 15-year period. Now that financialization of nature assets, in this case through carbon offset markets, could lead to, in turn, those nature assets and the offtake agreements all being, as is often the case in financial markets, sold on to other folks or securitized and bundled into bonds, placed into capital markets, bought by pension funds, and we'll begin to see what Hank Paulson refers to as nature as a new asset class beginning to emerge at scale. Is this a good thing? Well, not surprisingly, there are very differing views on that subject. There are those that view the huge upside of finding innovative ways to channel investment into a range of different nature positive outcomes as being inherently a good thing, you know, despite weaknesses or shortfalls in the way in which markets work, almost inevitably so, particularly at an early stage. And there are others, of course, both from a right on the sort of purist end, but also across a spectrum, that view with concern the financialization of natural capital into, let's call it, nature assets. Yeah, and so that spectrum has to be recognized and understood. There are reasonable concerns and opportunities lurking all the way along it, and our challenge is to ensure that if we are creating a new generation of nature markets, that we do it in a way that doesn't only deliver private gain, but delivers against our broader objectives, which we can talk about in terms of net zero climate, in terms of nature positive, and more broadly in terms of sustainable development. Now, although in Glasgow, the focus has been on the carbon, climate, nature nexus, as I've just described, clearly nature plays a much broader role in our global economy. And the truth is that every dollar, product, service, and job in our $90 trillion a year global economy, in fact, is entirely dependent on nature. Obviously, parts of the global economy, notably the food system, an $8 trillion slice a year of the global economy, are much more dependent than perhaps other parts of the global economy. But I think it's worth keeping in mind that our global economy simply wouldn't exist if nature's bounty were not available to us. And so it obviously is of some concern that we find that nature is often not deemed material in financing decision-making. And so a number of initiatives are beginning to emerge at scale and rapidly, I'm very pleased to say, to address that. On the risk side, we see the newly established Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosure. Just to correct, Barbara, one of your earlier observations, I was the co-chair of the early stage technical expert group. Now I'm a senior advisor to the TNFD, now that the new executive director, technical director, and broader secretariat is in place. But TNFD, like the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure, seeks to build a framework for bringing nature risk, dependencies, and impacts into the strategy, the governance, the financial risk management, and the disclosure of corporates, largely finance-facing, in order to influence the way in which financials, in turn, consider nature-related risks and opportunities, and that feeds through into asset valuation, capital allocation, and costs. So that's a classic move in order to bring nature into the game, much as we have sought to do, particularly in the carbon-related risk space, and more broadly climate over the past 5, 6, 7 years. But the story doesn't stop there. The innovation continues in a number of different spaces, and I wanted just to mention a couple in order for us to, if you like, widen the lens of where innovation for nature in relation to markets is already beginning to emerge, and I think we can expect to emerge much more forcefully over the coming few years. Earlier today, I found myself on a call where the discussion was principally about how a wider range of nature offsets, so not just carbon offsets, is already being developed in some countries at a localized level. The UK being a case in point. You know, one's investing in a particular facility, it has certain environmental downsides. One is forced through regulatory means to make investments that are in effect nature offsets in order to compensate for that damage. Lots of questions about how that can actually take place. And then another conversation as to how blockchain and models of tokenization might be used in order to secure much more liquid and active nature markets with exactly the same sorts of offsets, not just being related to project investment, but being traded on secondary markets and becoming part of a liquid exchange, potentially also cross borders. So broadly, where we're going with carbon markets. Then moving further, yesterday, in fact, I was in discussion with a group that has partnered with the New York Stock Exchange, where they have launched a new platform for IPOs for what they are calling nature asset companies. And these are companies that, in a sense, combine aspects of what we would normally think of for purpose corporations, so such as B corporations, with particular investment strategies that drive nature positive outcomes linked to a different accounting system that is being developed by the actors that have established this platform in order to demonstrate to investors not only what are the commercial returns, but also what are the nature positive outcomes that they may involve. So that's really in the capital market space and really right in the heartland of what we might think of as capital markets. So, you know, equities, IPOs, and so on. Stepping further across, we all see that there is an emerging market sovereign debt crisis, largely arising as a result of the fiscal downsides and economic downsides of the pandemic. And not surprisingly, there is an active debate in the G20 involving the IMF and others about how that might turn into a new debt relief and restructuring cycle. But for the first time really in history, there is an active discussion about whether this round of debt relief and restructuring might indeed be a green round. What would it mean, for example, if some of the debt relief or restructuring was linked to a new generation of sovereign debt instruments that FB and others are promoting that are effectively nature and climate KPI linked performance sovereign debt instruments. So in effect, in return for certain nature outcomes, the cost of capital is suitably adjusted. So an iteration or development over and above what we already know well, which are use of proceeds, green bonds. And going even further into the innovation space, you know, there is now work building on the experience that some of you will know of, which is Ant Forest, the app that was developed by Ant Financial Services in China and now has 600 million users receiving through financial transaction platforms information on their carbon footprint and translating that into online identity through the use of social media and gamification. And now a new initiative that FB is supporting called Every Action Counts has pulled together a coalition of mobile payment platforms hosted by the Green Digital Finance Alliance, so a Geneva-based NGO that will work with those mobile payment platforms in exploring how the Ant Forest experience can be translated into other aspects of nature and indeed other jurisdictions and ways in which behavioral responses at that kind of scale can be secured from both consumers and also citizens as pension policyholders. And if I can go right to the edge and perhaps give one further example of innovation that is not normally what many of us would think of as innovation, which is really in the regulatory space. Now, obviously, regulation we don't normally think of as part of the innovation lens, but of course it is. It isn't only market innovation we're interested in, it's policy and regulatory innovation. Now, anti-money laundering rules in principle do apply to environmental crimes, remembering that environmental crimes account for 80 to 90% of the deforestation, particularly in Latin America, somewhat less so when we look at Indonesia and other parts of Asia. And yet financial institutions are not liable for nature crimes unless the illicit financial flows pass across their balance sheets. So really, AML rules are intended not to deal with the crime itself, but to deal with the flow of associated illicit finance. So there's significant discussion now as to how to extend the application of AML to a point where, in effect, financial institutions would have to demonstrate not that there were no illicit financial flows crossing their balance sheet, but rather that there were actually no nature crimes in their financing value chain that they were either neglectfully or knowingly benefiting from in their legal financing arrangements. What do all of these different pieces show? They show that nature is moving from a worrying externality to the global economy to one that is going up the inflection point of the innovation cycle as we begin to see many, many different kinds of nature markets beginning to emerge. And of course, at that early point in the inflection, one expects, and we see in practice, innovation, but chaos. Lots of different approaches, largely ungoverned, under-regulated, not really understood, experimental, large-scale failure, replication, duplication, overlap, contestation, different actors, some acting with integrity, perhaps others less so. And this is, of course, normal at an early stage of market development for any topic, any place, anywhere, anytime. But here, of course, there is a particular risk and need to act more collectively in beginning to marshal and shape this new wave of innovation. Of course, the risk is that if the financialization of nature happens in the wrong way, then it will accelerate the degradation of nature, and markets will turn out to be predatory rather than generative of the nature positive outcomes that we actually need. So in January next year, Finance for Biodiversity will launch a task force on the future of nature markets, not to invent new markets, but rather to understand the landscape more broadly, bring together many of the different innovators and actors that are pushing forward new ideas, beginning to shape a narrative that can align with our broader interests to secure both private gain and public purpose outcomes, and necessarily beginning to think about the policy and broader regulatory and standards implications of this new phenomena. I think we need to embrace nature markets as they emerge. We need to encourage and indeed catalyze innovations across the entire waterfront of the different examples and other things that I haven't had a chance to mention. But we also need to, at the same time, not constrain it, but begin to understand this waterfront and to begin to marshal it to ensure that there are no undesirable, unintended consequences. Maybe with that, Barbara, I'll bring it to a close. If there are a couple of minutes for any questions or answers I can offer, I would be more than happy to listen in.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much, Simon. I think first applause. I think you brought a lot of the discussions that we have had also in the morning together, and I think we will be focusing after your speech also really how to finance nature-based solutions, but not yet. So keep Simon on still, please. We still have a Q&A session with Simon, not yet with Flinder. So I think what is really critical is that we can, yes, you're back. We can see you again. That's great, wonderful. I think what you were saying, about the financialization of nature assets, I think it's really important that you mentioned, and I think that was mentioned by André again and again this morning as well, that we need to have the right accounting systems, that we really account for nature correctly. I think we also have the nature-based solution standards by IUCN, which will also help to ensure there is a net positive impact. But I'd like to ask the participants either online or also here in the room if you have any questions to Simon and to his presentation. Yes, we have a question there in the back. Maybe, yes, Frank will bring you the microphone.
Hi, my name is Roselius. I'm from I4SD. It's a development group which is working on tribals and working with different groups in rural areas. And we have some biodiversity to protect. When do you think the initiative will come into full action where we could actually start looking for a grant or some financing to do in the work in the field?
So I'm not sure if this is a helpful answer, but let me give it a go. Last week I found myself on the phone with a banker who was in the carbon trading business. And he had just done a deal with a community organization in Mexico, effectively buying what I described earlier as a carbon offtake agreement, effectively linked to nature assets that were being stewarded by community organizations. This obviously provides a line of finance to that organization. However, what was also clear from my discussion with this banker was that the deal that had been struck was quite inappropriate. That they had done a deal where the carbon price equivalent was perhaps $3, $4, or $5 a ton, a fraction of what we expect carbon prices in voluntary carbon markets to be over the coming years. And in addition to that, the full risk was passed on to the sell side, so the community organization, in that it was their responsibility to ensure that the nature asset was secure and delivered the carbon sequestration potential that was embedded in the contract that they had signed. So what is, if you like, a very short and sharp moral of this story? The short and sharp moral is that going forward, in many instances, the problem may not be a lack of money. The problem may be a difficulty in negotiating the right deal. Yeah, and that what we really need to think about is not only the grant side, and I entirely accept your point that there are many instances where grants are relevant, but that we are going to see, I would predict, a tsunami of finance moving into so-called nature-based solutions. And the challenge is not simply the integrity of the carbon ton, which is what the Task Force on Scaling Voluntary Carbon Markets has focused on in the past. The challenge is whether the counterparty, the owner and steward of the nature asset, the community organization, the private landowner, the local authority, the indigenous community, whether they have the tools and knowledge to be able to negotiate a reasonable outcome. The example I gave is an example of a predatory purchase. And I think at this early stage in the development of these markets, we're going to see many more of these purchases and huge problems as the sell side is left with the risk and the purchaser of the offset agreement is left with a very profitable, largely risk-free deal. And so right now, my message would be nature-based solutions offer a potential on the climate side and a real potential to support those that are stewarding nature assets. But to turn that into something that is fair and just will require a rapid move to ensure that predatory behavior in those markets no longer takes place.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have to look at the time and, well, maybe is it a short question? Just a quick short question. Okay.
Hi, Simon, thank you so much for your presentation. I guess follow on from what you've just been touching on, and as an ex-banker, and you talking about not having, unintended consequences, that in my mind is maybe like an infrastructural or regulatory policy thing to help herd, because the current system doesn't incentivize the right type of behaviors, right? So what in your mind is missing or is required in order to herd things in the right way?
Yeah, no, absolutely the right question. And I'm watching Barbara giving me the evil look, so I'll have to keep my answer reasonably short. So, I think that it is unreasonable or at least unrealistic to look to supply side sovereigns, the government of Indonesia, Brazil, and elsewhere, to rapidly establish a fully functioning regulatory environment that can prevent that kind of predatory behavior. So although that may be the long game, we should not, in a sense, excuse ourselves by pointing to them as having failed to put it in place. So we need a bridging mechanism for the next 2, 3, 4 years, which is really the shortest time period one can think of for those sorts of regulatory mechanisms to be put in place, even in the best governed, relatively small economies such as Costa Rica and elsewhere. And that needs to include full transparency of transactions and placed on a registry so that very quickly one begins to see the extent to which predatory deals are being done. We need grievance mechanisms in voluntary carbon markets that allow contestations to come to the surface, not go into secret arbitration. And actually what would work best is that we have voluntary carbon market owners, such as the Monetary Authority of Singapore and others that are establishing these carbon markets, demanding conditions of that kind in order for offtake agreements to be eligible for being traded on their platform. So effectively, market access being established to ensure that some of those arrangements are in place. I think this is all completely possible, but I think we have an urgency given, in a sense, the gold rush, the Wild West moment that we're experiencing in these markets going forward.
Yeah, so thank you again, Simon, for sharing your insight and also for setting the scene actually for the discussion this afternoon, because we will hear now different pitches on how to finance nature-based solutions, and they will include also how tech innovation, but also how traditional businesses or banks and financial institutes are dealing with it. So maybe we can see quickly the slide of the different solutions. Exactly, so the next one. Here we can see actually who will be talking this afternoon. So we have seen Irina before from Flinder, and I would say let's start with her right away. So looking forward to see what Flinder is offering. Irina, are you there?
Hi.
Yes,
Hi.
great. Hi.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay. Okay, great. Please let me know. Today seems to be a bad internet day, but I hope it goes all right. Cool. Hi, everyone. My name is Irina. I'm a co-founder of Blinder, and we are on a mission to empower people to make a planetary impact. Next slide. We believe that we can use the power of blockchain, of smart contracts to enable people to become ecosystem stewards and to be able to absorb 10 million tons of CO2 every month, which is a combined footprint of Switzerland and Austria. Next. So we see the opportunity to catalyze massive removals projects, in particular nature-based solutions. We are focused on nature-based solutions, and we also really love mangroves and blue carbon. So we have several products, which is a marketplace, a blockchain-based exchange, and we use that to drive and scale up ambition in creating high-quality blue carbon projects. Next. So we source our carbon from either our own projects or we partner with reliable partners and do due diligence on verified nature-based solution projects. And of course, we follow the market leader standards to go through our supply. Those projects are then being put on a Blinder Climate platform. And individuals, businesses, and brokers can come and securely purchase these projects. Next slide. I'm not going to spend a lot of time explaining you why mangroves are amazing, but mangroves are truly amazing because not only they protect life on land, they empower oceans and protect life on sea and empower people to create additional livelihoods and create side businesses alternative income stream, improve soil, sequester 3 to 5 times more carbon than terrestrial forest. Next slide. So blue carbon also impact 9 SDGs. And I will talk a bit more about our projects that and the way how we approach our projects. Next slide, please. So currently we have those 4 projects in our portfolio in Myanmar, in Sri Lanka, in Kenya, and in Indonesia. And some of them we are developing ourselves, and some of them we are developing together with the partners. Next slide, please. So the Myanmar project is already registered at Vera. It will sequester 4.5 million tons of CO2 over the course of its lifetime, which is 20 years. And I'm sure you all know about the challenges that happened in Myanmar politically, but the project is still going ahead. The verification is happening, and what we found out that the model that we use to reward the people is indeed important and crucial, especially at the time of political crisis. So 50% of all our carbon revenue goes back to the local community, and the local community is organized around democratically structured cooperatives that decide how they're going to spend their money on. So as general example, they spend their money on alternative livelihoods, such as making beehives, such as making shrimp farms, such as making oyster farm, or deciding to fund the school. Obviously, in the couple of years, in the past couple of years, they being prioritizing health. So they choose to spend money to buy supplies for hospitals and medicines. So this is very effective way to ensure that the forest is standing, that the community is in the center and the community is on board to support the project. So we have already planted 625 hectares. And we are getting 1 million ton, almost 1 million ton tradable from here. Next slide. And Kenya project is structured in the same way. Next slide. And we verify impact through the drones using machine learning and AI algorithms, and we sell them on our secure marketplace, which is here. So we invite collaborators, project developers, and off-takers to take part in our project. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Irina. I know 5 minutes is always very short, but at least we get a sense. So I'm pleased to introduce to you now Lorenzo Bernasconi from Lombardier. And Lorenzo, are you there?
Hi, everyone.
Yes, great, wonderful. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. It's really a pleasure to be here, and I'm sorry that I'm not there in person. And if we can maybe just get to the next slide. Yeah, so just to start off with, I think that, the important element where we're starting off here is we're looking at this from a global perspective and thinking, look, that the way that we situate our investments in nature, and as some of you may know in the room, Lombardier has really taken kind of sustainability as a core conviction of our investment advice and the types of products that we're bringing to market. And really, this is thinking about the economy as moving in a direction where we think that sustainability is really going to drive risk and returns going forward, and that we need to move towards a system that really harnesses the power of nature more effectively. And as you can see here, we have in the next slide launched as our first. There we go. Thank you. We've already launched. We're the first asset manager to launch a public strategy focused on natural capital. It was launched in November 2020. It's informed by the best, in class science. So we've got a partnership actually with Oxford University where we have helped them, where we're supporting them in research into bioeconomy and the circular economy, which is really informing the thinking behind this. And the strategy today has been really about two things. How do we bring institutional investment into this space? So this is kind of how do we get a toe in the water, so to speak, and thinking about this through two lenses. One of them is how do we best harness the regenerative power of nature? And on the other hand, how do we best protect nature? So there's about 40 to 50 companies in the portfolio. We've got about $900 million invested. And building off that, if we go to the next slide, we're now exploring how is it that we can kind of go to the next level of impact here. And what we're looking at, and I think as has been discussed earlier, is the strategy that really is harnessing the drive of the carbon markets to create a best-in-class product offering around natural climate solutions. And on the left here, you'll see what are some of the drivers, as we know, and I think it takes no reminding for anyone in the room, the scientific imperative for us to move. We think that, this net zero kind of revolution really is a one in a generation opportunity for us to try to get this right and to reverse the course of historical destruction of nature into really bringing large-scale private investment into some of the areas of greatest need. And this is the first time I think in my career that we actually have a captive audience in terms of really seeing true demand from institutional investors to move into this space. And the third point is, I think as was just highlighted through Vilinder, we see that there's now a new set of technological solutions as well as greater maturity around just the infrastructure. So we're getting to have a better understanding, for example, of what quality looks like in these markets that gives us confidence that we can move here at greater scale. So what are we looking at? Our approach really is founded on three different pillars here. The first one is, around partnerships. We think that, what's critical here is to be able to actually deliver high quality projects, to be able to do that, at scale, which is the third point. But, in that we're looking for partnerships as we develop the strategy going forward. So those in the room, particularly from a technology perspective, would be super excited to connect. I think that this is an opportunity for us to really heighten quality when it comes to, for instance, monitoring of projects and evaluating them and reducing, where possible, the costs of verification, which is, as you know, big hindrance to trying to get some of these projects off the ground. The second point is really around a focus on quality. And here, for us, it's on the one hand, environmental impact, which is, of course, incredibly important. It's ensuring that the projects have co-benefits, but it's also really important to keep in mind here the social safeguards that we need to make sure that are in place. And, for this market to really have the impact and the success it needs to have, we need to make sure that also local communities, indigenous people are part of, benefiting of this investment opportunity. And that's kind of core to how we're thinking about our strategy. And the last point I'd make is just around scale. I mean, for us, I think as an investment management firm, we are obviously working with institutional investors. We are looking to find ways of really trying to unlock capital at scale here. And that takes a slightly different approach, perhaps, than some other ways of doing it. But, there's an imperative to do it now. There's no plan B. This is the decade that counts. And thank you all for the time and look forward to partnering with you guys. And sorry again not to be there in person with you. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Lorenzo. The next we have El Medina from the IUCN Nature and Accelerator Fund. I think she's also joining us online. Yes.
Yes, that's right. Thank you. And hello, everybody. And thank you for having me here today. As you mentioned, my name is El Medina Krilasevich, and I'm a senior program coordinator for nature-based solutions finance within IUCN. And today I will be presenting the Nature Plus Accelerator Fund, or what Simon has referred at the beginning as one of the innovative models for financing nature and doing that in a direct manner. So next slide, please. And to give you a little bit of context in terms of the need for innovative investment vehicle that has actually meant to provide financing for nature positive investment deals, originally has originated from the collaboration within the Coalition for Private Investment in Conservation, or CIPIC, that IUCN founded together with Credit Suisse, with TNC and Cornell University back in 2016. And for this purpose, IUCN secured $8 million in concessional financing from Global Environment Facility that is meant to attract and de-risk larger private sector finance. And in that context, soon after, Mirova Natural Capital came on board as a partner to help structure the fund. And through 2020, we have co-designed an investment vehicle that is meant to address some of the pertinent gaps in the nature investment space. So this is how the Nature Plus Accelerator Fund came together. It is worth highlighting that the fund is uniquely positioned to address the largest barrier to investment, which is lack of investable projects, and is doing that by focusing on small ticket, early stage, and high impact projects. It borrows some features from traditional accelerators, but it's a commercially operated fund, and it's using best-in-class tools to measure impact, such as the STAR metrics and Nature-Based Solutions Global Standard. And on this slide here, I wanted to briefly show you this graph as an indication where Nature sits, or Nature Plus Fund sits within in the context of additional current funds and accelerators. So it's right at the frontier between the nonprofit and for-profit, and capturing this what we call the missing middle, where the opportunity lies as well for the fund. Next slide, please. So currently, the fund is at the end of the first round of fundraising, with a first close that is scheduled for the beginning of 2022. Nature Plus aims to raise capital from both public and private sources to reach, so it's a blended finance vehicle to reach 50 million in equity for the fund, while the aim for the fund is to grow a $200 million portfolio towards the end of the investment period. It will invest in projects and enterprises that have a transformational and positive outcomes to biodiversity, to climate and communities through local development. As in terms of size, you can see that it's a smaller fund, but it's meant to be highly catalytic and focusing on the smaller ticket size from 100K through the seed window, and then going towards $1+ million and $5+ million through early venture and venture windows. And it's going to be using instruments such as debt and equity. In terms of its investment approach, the investment deals will qualify, and potentially they are going to go through the investment stages. So as I mentioned, there will be the seed window that is targeting the projects with an early concept where feasibility has not been demonstrated yet. And then early venture that targets projects with a proof of concept that already has some tangible benefits and revenues. And finally, the larger venture window that will be providing follow-on funding for the successful investments from the first two stages that I mentioned. So this is the reason why the ticket range is so wide. And in terms of geography, it covers, in terms of sectors and thematics, it's quite broad, but it's good to mention it's a global fund, and it meant to support developing economies or projects in developing economies. Next slide, please. Thank you. On the fund's partners, so public investors to the fund is Global Environment Facility and Central African Forest Initiative that is channeled through IUCN with additional technical assistance that is offered by IUCN. Mirova is the fund manager, and Mirova is utilizing their substantial experience in investing in natural capital, and of course, it's supported by CIPIC, which is the world's greatest coalition for conservation finance, supporting capacity and sourcing of investment deals. Next slide. In terms of impact, we expect that the fund will significantly contribute to biodiversity and ecosystem conservation by measurably reducing the risk to threatened species. And it will also be contributing to the goals of the Paris Agreement, as well as the UNCCD and Sustainable Development Goals. And also this initiative will act as a proof of concept for MBS projects that are aligned with the IUCN global standards for nature-based solutions. So in order for us to achieve these goals and make sure that the fund investments are meaningful and that they're going to be impactful, it is imperative for us to identify the project pipeline that is going to have the most potential to be both financially viable, but also to create significant environmental and social outcomes, and that these projects can be accelerated and scaled up to the market. So in that context, our message is, if you're aware of viable and innovative projects that are being implemented in the countries with developing economies that need financing and acceleration, we would like to know about them. Thank you so much for having me today, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Hey, Medina. So hopefully there are some interesting solutions in the room that could be used. So without further ado, Thomas Eichenberger from Sygnum Bank will be talking about tokenization, or how we can eventually use tokenization also for nature-based solutions.
Thanks a lot, Barbara. Hello, everyone. My name is Thomas Eichenberger. I'm a member of the executive board of Sygnum Bank. For those of you who don't know Sygnum Bank, we are a fully regulated bank here in Switzerland, have a subsidiary company also in Singapore, and have specialized completely and solely in digital assets. And when thinking and talking about new and innovative ways to preserve nature, I think it fits very nicely to also talk about new and innovative ways to fund such ambitions and activities, which is why I'm very excited to introduce you to the world of tokenization. Before we start, let's maybe make sure that we have a common understanding what asset tokenization really means. So let's get straight on two definitions. Asset tokenization is the process of securitizing ownership rights in a financial or real asset on a distributed ledger or on a blockchain. And I was actually very excited to also hear that Simon, in his speech, made reference to tokenization. So I think I'm in the right place here to talk about tokenization. So the end product of the process of asset tokenization is then a token, which eventually represents legally binding complete or fractional ownership in the underlying financial or real asset. So you can think of it very simply as a company issuing a share, which is then represented by a token on the blockchain. Or you could think of co-ownership in a real asset, such as a Picasso painting, which I'm talking about in a second, or also a field of solar panels, which then are represented by a token. So tokenization is really an innovative means to bring issuers, so those who are in need of capital, and investors, those who want to deploy capital into meaningful investments, together in a more direct, secure, fast, and cost-efficient manner. So now let's look at what Sygnum Bank has developed in order to support that process. So what we have developed and are operating since almost a year already now is what we call an end-to-end tokenization solution covering the entire value chain, which starts from a primary market issuance platform that covers not only the legal and regulatory aspects about issuing a security as a token, but it also covers the technical issuance, so the deployment of a token on a blockchain. It comprises the advisory and distribution process in order to then raise funds for such a token or such a project, and then which is then eventually managed by an on-chain, so a digital subscription process that is also part of our integrated platform and solution. And once the capital has been raised and the token has been issued, obviously the journey doesn't stop. We are also operating a secondary market trading venue in terms of an organized trading facility where such tokens can then be traded among participants in that trading venue. Settlement also occurs fully on the blockchain through the means of our digital Swiss franc stablecoin that we have issued. We were also the world's first bank to issue a Swiss franc stablecoin on the blockchain. And then finally, this is all also embedded with an integrated custody solution that allows then our investors to also store their tokens in a fully secure manner on our platform without having the need to set up and maintain their own wallets, et cetera, et cetera. So things they may not necessarily be familiar with or they may not necessarily want to deal with. Now, unfortunately, we haven't had the chance to apply asset tokenization to nature-based solutions, which is probably also one of the reasons why I'm speaking here, and thanks a lot for the invitation, Barbara. But compared to others, we have already had the chance to really complete a number of projects where we applied asset tokenization very successfully. I have listed here 4 examples, which may not necessarily be directly relevant, but may hopefully help you as a piece of inspiration to draw your conclusions as to how this may be also applicable to your project or your activities. The one that is very prominent is Neo in Switzerland, the mobile banking app, who has raised 5 million among 1,700 of their clients in order to turn their clients into co-owners by issuing participation certificates or shares or non-voting shares in the amount of 5 million in total, which will then be tokenized and made available, hopefully also for trading in a later stage on our platform. With Azimut, we have tokenized the portfolio of small and medium enterprises, enterprise loans in Italy, probably less relevant. With Fine Wine Capital, we have tokenized the portfolio of fine wine and made it investable for a broader community and a broader investor base. And finally, with Spectrum Utilis or Artemundi, we have tokenized the 4.5 million Swiss franc Picasso masterwork or masterpiece, La Fillette de Berre, which has been then distributed or subscribed to by more than 50 investors on our platform that now jointly co-own that piece of art. Now that I'm approaching the end of my presentation, let's also think a bit ahead of what and how this could be applicable to nature-based solutions and also the representatives that are here today. We could apply tokenization to many different things. I think the easiest one is to tokenize equity. So tokenize shares in a company that pursues activities around nature-based solutions. But we could obviously also think about tokenizing debt, be it by providing long-term financing for a project, or by issuing a bond for a project that has been in place for a longer period of time. And finally, we could also tokenize infrastructure, be it the field of solar panels or similar, that could then be co-owned by a broader spectrum of investors who would benefit from the cash flows it generates. Thanks a lot, and looking forward to being in touch afterwards.
Thank you very much, Thomas. So now we would go to Santiago from NOAA. The floor is yours. Yes.
My name is Santiago Barrio. Are you listening well?
Yes, very well. We can hear you well.
Cool. I'm a co-founder of NOAA, and this is a very good place to be talking about innovative finance in carbon solutions and nature-based solutions. So as many of the people talking in this throughout the day, we are focused into the finance world so that we can gather more attention from this market and not only from the carbon market. So in order to achieve that, we've created this carbon token called ESG Carbon, where, yes, it's a stable coin based on the certified reduction of carbon. 1 ton of carbon would mean 1 stable coin. The idea is that this stable coin would be used in a marketplace that we created, where they would use this carbon token to purchase different assets or invest in different projects. So these projects are going to be curated and certified and scored before they happen to be in that marketplace. Next slide, please. So this marketplace and token has been supported by United Nations World Tourism Organization. We've co-created a fund to invest into this kind of token and later into the different projects. So here on the slide, you can see that on top, you're going to have offer of different solutions, blue carbon, green carbon, or clean tech carbon. In the middle, you can see the marketplace where the different actors will intervene. And basically, the proposal that you're seeing below is that we propose companies to invest to generate their own carbon rather than paying for a tax for the carbon, you know, in a way that they would generate their own and wouldn't need to pay for that carbon. So these kind of projects that you can see, next slide, please. This is kind of the mechanism that you can see where we explain how do we do the innovative financing. So first at the beginning, you have the top left, you have the token. Now you can invest it or lend it into the marketplace. That project would generate revenues and carbon. So the revenues are distributed to the investor, but the carbon is circled back up into the cycle in order to tokenize it and certify it and be used again for a new investment. So in this way, we would be reinvesting all the time the carbon and guaranteeing at the same time that all the investment into the carbon market goes into the ESG and SDG impact market. Next slide, please. So this is what I said before. The carbon market is around $300 billion. And by doing these policies and financial tools, we are able to get into the stablecoin market and into the ESG market. So we're trying to provide a mechanism that would attract the attention of these markets so that they also join the carbon markets. Next slide, please. What we created in NOAA is a strong ecosystem of partners that themselves are ecosystems or hubs. For example, World Ocean Council that has 35,000 companies in the blue economy. We have Flagma that is, they have 16,000 districts throughout South America. They are the majors altogether. We have the support of the European Maritime Fund, another European fund, United Nations I mentioned. And then we have an ecosystem of projects like Wakalua that has 1,300 companies contesting every year in the SDG market. So by doing this ecosystem, we have enough projects to present. We have enough investors that would like to invest into the market. So we created not only the market and the tools, but the ecosystem. In order for that ecosystem to work, we created 6 different platforms that you can see on the edges of the graph. It's a financial platform based in Luxembourg for the investment. It's an industrial platform that gathers all the industries and projects that users are going to be investing into. There's an acceleration platform for the companies that we need to accelerate for them to be able to scale up in the market. Then we have an advisory platform to help governments with partner different governments like Panama, Monaco, Portugal, where they are supporting this platform. They're supporting the token and the ESG market. We are going to be creating the ESG market in Monaco with the government and with Panama, and we are in the process of doing so. And in April, we will be launching officially the marketplace and the token. So the last 2 platforms, one is the certifier, and the other one is the digital platform that gathers all together. Next slide, please. These are some of the events we've been, since launching 3 months ago, participant in different and different partnerships with different countries. So our proposal is if anybody in the audience wishes to present a project that would like to be financed by us, or do you want to integrate the blue ecosystem, or do you want to participate investing into the carbon token in April when we release in Monaco? Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thanks a lot. Okay, last but not least, we will have Yves from Access Impact.
So, bringing nature-based solution into the financial market. So the last presentation, my name is Yves Canazzola. I'm a co-founder and CEO of Access Impact. Access Impact is a collective action. In a sense, how we built Access Impact is with existing company in different domain expertise. And we'll see why we needed first the infrastructure, the technology, and we use an eco-blockchain. It's important to define the eco-blockchain more, as Irina have written there, discussed, to have the full transparency more than the tokenization. We will also needed to have the capacity to follow data on IoT and machine learning. So we have also started with partners like that. And we also needed regulated investment, a regulated product investment. So what exactly is Access Impact? Is a platform. It's a multi-stakeholder platform, a multi-protocol platform, and it allows a disintermediation of solution to tackle wicked problem. And we have the ability of the scalability, and we will see on what stance it's scalable. So why we decided to create Access Impact and why we gather all together to create this platform is because there was a lack of trust and confidence and traceability. What we wanted is to avoid the double spending and the double claiming and the greenwashing. At the beginning, it was for the carbon market. We were asked to resolve that issue in the carbon market, but soon we saw that the nature-based solution was much more holistic and was more focused. And that's it. Why we wanted is to have all the co-benefits and the integration inside the blockchain. So the second part of the discussion was how we can integrate early-stage investor to fulfill the financing gap, and how we can onboard asset manager on the platform at early stage. The other part is how we can create the private-public partnership to create blended financial instrument. When we say blended financial instrument, it's not Access Impact that created, but we can onboard this type of investment. And the scalability is how we can have the scalability, temporal scalability, spatial scalability, and solution scalability. So in a sense, we can onboard different type of project, and there is a lot of scalability in this model. So the what, as mentioned, a strong focus on nature-based solution. And as we start from scratch from a project, we have all the metrics to integrate with the baseline, all the SDG, and all the other co-benefits like biodiversity. What we saw when we started that there is also other projects that are interested to be on board. So we are now working with circular economy, renewable energies, shipping industry. The how, as mentioned, a multi-protocol, multi-stakeholder, a marketplace, and I think what we are working now is interoperability between blockchain solution, between exchange when we want to sell the certification of carbon, biodiversity, of SDG tomorrow, and the connection of different providers of data and machine learning. So how we built Access Impact? We built what we call the 3M process: measurement, monitoring, and monetization. So Access Impact is a designer, so we design and we are the key allocator with the project owner. The project owner could decide the stakeholder necessary from the local community, from the government, from the data management system, from all the external audit, the scientific committee, and of course the investor will see that investors are very early stage in the process. We put together the governance at the data infrastructure level, at the revenue sharing model, and of course at the interoperability model. Then we have the ability to have a dynamic monitoring of the system. So in a sense, what we create is the trust from scratch. So investors are connected from the beginning to the protocol and connected to the data from the blockchain. So for example, if we need early stage information, data baseline analysis of for example, local community, it's integrated in the blockchain and connected in the investment vehicle. And then we can monitor the creation of the value chain of impact, reducing the asymmetry of information, and creating the revenue sharing model. At some point, the revenue is, the standard is created, or the protocol creating the value chain of impact is validated by the third party, and we can have a revenue sharing from an export. For example, a credit carbon. It could be tokenized, like we just saw before, but it could be also burned by an emitter that will be also on board on the project. One of the key factors that we decided is when we are working on the dashboard for the asset manager. The asset manager can decide at what time of the early stage of the project it can come. So at the beginning there is a high cone of uncertainty, and it can decide to be involved at this stage, but with the full transparency of the model. At some point there is less uncertainty. Maybe it's a forward. If we talk about credit carbon, it has been homologated. Then it can fulfill also to see that. And at some point it's a more fungible product, and other type of investor can come. So now there is interest from asset managers that have green bond or other type of product to start to see how they can integrate result-based incentive and with true data and measurement about how to create a new investment product. And that's where we are. So what's the next step? The next step is there is the 3 dimension we are working now. Of course, it's a new company. So onboarding new innovative NBS and SDG project to see how it's eligible, how we can create the value chain of impact together. Onboarding asset manager, we have already onboarded a few, but one we already created a financial product connected to the blockchain from scratch. And we are also developing the security on the dashboard for the asset managers that will be fully scalable, and it will be a project for the first quarter of next year.
Thank you very much, Yves. So we heard a lot of solutions this morning and this afternoon, and many of the financing solutions are also looking really for nature-based solutions. So now we want to also act and not just listen, and I hope we can still engage you in this afternoon's workshop. What we want to do is really identify a pipeline of innovative nature-based solutions, be it in the area of sustainable management of forest, nature as infrastructure, regenerative agriculture, or also financing on how to finance them. So we really want now to use this time to discuss with you, actually in four different different stations, how could we do that, or what could be our vision for 2030, and how can we get to that vision by 2030. What we really want to have at the end of this day, we want to have a set of maybe commitments or actions that we can take forward, and at the next Innovate for Nature Forum, we can present progress. Okay, so I'll quickly explain how this afternoon workshops will work, and this will work here in Lausanne itself, but it will work also online for those participants who are still there. So the online participants are asked to now go onto Zoom, either by clicking on the QR code, that's just for the online participants, or to click on this link, and then you will be afterwards also discussing in groups. If we go to the next slide, I'll quickly explain how this will work. So what we're doing, we're trying to use the methodology of open space, which is, the rule is actually, so we will have 4 stations here in the back, and these 4 stations are clustered around the ideas of nature as infrastructure, sustainable management of forests, regenerative agriculture, but also financing nature-based solutions. So you will have, at each stand, there will be a moderator or an initiator, and some of you will be bumblebees, others will be butterflies, others will be more listeners. And what this means is actually, contribute as much as you can, for example, on the discussion on nature as infrastructure. If you then feel, well, I've contributed everything I could, you can move to the next station and you can go, for example, how to finance nature-based solutions. So this is really based on the principles. It used to be called the law of 2 feet. Now, to be ethically or correct, it's called now the law of mobility. And it really begins when it begins. Whoever comes is the right person to come, and it ends when it ends. The topics I mentioned already will be the 4 topics that we discussed today. So what we will be discussing in this workshop is actually shown on the next slide. So what we want to do in the first, I think it's about 20 minutes, is let's think about what headlines will we read about nature-based solutions in the Financial Times in 2030. Some were coming to me and said, well, maybe it is, we are really in a bad situation and we have to do something. Can be the headline, but it could be also the headline that we have identified, 1,000 nature-based solutions, and we now have solutions really on reforestations and whatever. So, the limit, there is no limit. Any idea that you have what we should read in the Financial Times in 2030 will be the right thing. We will then try to prioritize a little bit, and for the prioritized topics or the prioritized ideas, we really want to think about, backcasting from the future. How can the different projects or stakeholders that are in the room now today, or that are still with us online, how can we contribute together to reaching these headlines, to reaching these visions? What can we do together? Or maybe how can an individual project or an individual company like Signum contribute to it? And then think about who else needs to be involved, apart from the people here in the room or the ones online. And how do we get from today to 2030? We really want to build an action plan. We really want to mobilize something together with all of you. So that's the idea of this afternoon workshop. It will last about an hour. If you need a little bit more time, you can go into the coffee break. We will be just back here in the plenary around 4 o'clock, where we will ask each station to quickly tell us what was the headline and how do you want to get there. So it will be short pitches, and then we have a final panel discussion where we will have Anna Peters from Migros, Till Berger also from the Federal Office of Spatial Development. I always have to think how it is said in English. Gerard will be there, and the solution providers as well as myself. Okay, so enjoy the discussion, and I look forward to hearing what the results will be. If there are questions at each stand, there will be a moderator, a facilitator to help you guide through the process. Enjoy.
ne laissant personne de côté. Créez et envoyez vous aussi un courrier de Noël.
Yes, I think yes. Okay, so can I ask everyone to come back? Yeah. Parce qu'après, il y a la discussion. Une discussion, panel discussion. Soit les chaises ou quelques tables. On peut être debout aussi. Il n'y a pas de problème pour changer un peu. 3 tables, ouais, c'est super. Okay, so those who are here, come and sit down. We will listen to back from the different groups, what they discussed, what kind of ideas, headlines they came up with. So have a seat, and then we'll start with, do we have all the solutions here up front already? So we'll share the results. So we're missing one. So which solutions do we have here? Nature as infrastructure, productive regenerative agriculture, and I think we're missing still sustainable management of forests. Oh, that's there. Perfect. Okay. So why don't you have a seat, and then I would suggest that the person from Sustainable Management of Forest starts quickly presenting key highlights. Who will this be from this group? You will. Okay, perfect. Do we have a microphone that we can use? Where? Ah, here. Just take this one here. Yes, thanks. Yes. Yeah, certainly.
So our headline, forests are back and deforestation is no more. That would be pretty cool in 2030, right? In our group, the cool thing was what is much needed in all these discussions, which is multidisciplinarity. So we have Green FinTech Forum, which actually I chair, which is an international community that it looks to bring stakeholders together to help impactful initiatives. And so marrying those with the investment community and so on and so forth. You have eco-transfers, which looks to bring tech and funding together. You have Be Helpful, so getting the forests buzzing again with the bees. So that kind of is a starting point of getting reforestation back. The WEF, so in private sector engagement, really getting all those important stakeholders on board to be able to fund and work in the project. The Forest Conservation Fund, so getting community participation, so much more local, again, local knowledge and getting working with the private sector. Philip Morris for the funding. They decided they're going to be a nice first mover and do something nice and healthy for this world, which is really, really cool.
Very good.
Very good. Round of applause for Philip Morris. And Cluster Olémanique, which brings the researchers together. So it's really nice because you've got academia, you've got science, you've got money, you've got local community, you've got tech, which is really important for scaling up, and you've got kind of international community networking. So the next steps and commitments, the first thing is to define a location. Forest-wise, that could be Africa. We also, I believe you said Côte d'Ivoire, par exemple. It could be somewhere that you could start with. So defining really the local population, location, what their needs are, which means bringing in research, which means bringing in the indigenous peoples, because their voice is obviously very important. It's their home, bringing in the local authorities. After that, we define criteria for monitoring. Again, research could be involved in that. Financing could also be involved in that, and it speaks very much to what Simon Sadek was talking about earlier, which is then increasing transparency. And then that hopefully eliminates greenwash overall. Then we implement the pilots, so that requires money. Again, so once we've defined what it is that we're going to be doing, actioning, measuring, impacting, and how we're going to fund that and what exactly it's going to fund. And then hopefully when that's all successful, then we can scale up the project with tech. There you So if anybody's interested and wants to be involved in this, if there's any work that you can do with any of these partners, or you want to be involved, just sign up here. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I'm just asking, Norina, are the online groups also ready? So is anyone presenting also from Sustainable Management of Forests their results? Do you know? Oh, yes, there is someone. Huh? So, I don't know. Hi. We can't hear you yet.
You can hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Hi, Stephanie. Hi, Laura.
Hi.
Okay, so share with us what you came up with in your group.
Stephanie wasn't in our group.
Ah, okay.
I'm the next speaker.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, very good. Laura, were you the one in Sustainable Management of Forests?
Yes, I was.
Okay, okay.
So we came up with the first prioritized headline that people should be aware of how to benefit from forests without destroying them. And at the same time, saying standing forests create more value than deforestation. So those were the kind of headline that we came up with. And we discussed several next steps. Aside from capacity building and attracting talent, the first step that everyone was talking about was communication. So step one, why we should take action and on forests, and second, then how to take action. And the idea would be to have all the projects that presented on sustainable management of forests today to collaborate on a global campaign, global social media campaign as a first step that communicates under one hashtag, perhaps, on why we should take action on forests. And as a next step, then how to take action with concrete examples. And the video of Macun was also cited as a really good example of how to showcase that. And as a last point, also in terms of financing, the point came up that perhaps industry would have the necessary financing to globally communicate on this subject.
Great. Thanks a lot, Laura, for sharing. And I think here as well, if there are organizations either online or here in the room interested in joining or in contributing to this, I think you all have in the booklet that you received the links to the mural. So there you can write down your names, or you can do it also here, and then we can collect it and take it forward. Wonderful. So I would suggest that we go now to nature as infrastructure. Yes, so Uri, or...
We're going to be a team presenting.
That's wonderful. Okay. Great. We need teams.
So, hello, I'm Vincent. So for our topic, we had the headline as NBS outcompete gray solutions at different scales and increase well-being. We mentioned different scales because it will depend whether we are talking about a city or a region. So the geographic size of the area, here it will vary. So depending on the size, we mentioned actually the scale. And then we talked about increasing well-being. I mean, after all, the NBS solutions should boost or should improve or increase the well-being, or should be centered on the human living in this geographic area. Now for the second part about our partners, so Yuri, we will present this part.
Yeah, sure, thanks. So maybe just to add also on the first point, the outcompete, in our opinion, means that there's no business case for gray solutions anymore. So you can create more, in a more cost-efficient way, more ecosystem services and infrastructure-like services using nature-based solutions. We also think, maybe also to add to this point, is that you need to define what kind of infrastructure service are you looking at. Is it purification of water? Is it energy efficiency, flood mitigation? So it's important to define that point, and also what kind of infrastructure you target. And then we were thinking how to build these partnerships. So we landed at multi-stakeholder groups, sort of EU language, that should include all different sectors and partners. So on a political level, from the national to regional and local, depending on the decision making, let's say, rules or how it works on the local level. But then also you need financiers, insurance sector, technical people, academia for the research, but also sectors such as agriculture, which is often very important in the implementation of nature-based solutions. And I think that's it for partners. Also for the next steps, we discussed that intellectual property may be an issue. You need to manage that within your consortium, because sometimes, if there are organizations similar, that do similar work, they may have conflict of interest. And that's pretty much it. Maybe you want to add something.
Yeah. So, I mean, the next step is going to be building the consortium. So we're going to go and try to communicate with, we will go and communicate with all the actors interested in this project. So like Yurio said, one of the issues that we have to manage is the IP, if the issue will rise, but we have to be aware about this issue. And also we have to define something that we didn't write here, but we talked about it. We have to define the geographic area. I mean, we have to define the scope of our project, where this consortium will be working on, what's going to be the target, so the geographic area, and define also the milestones that will lead us in 10 years to reach this title, where the NBS will outcome the gray solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we have, I think, Stephanie with someone from the online group sharing the results of what you discussed online. Yes. We can see you well. I hope you can see us as well.
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, wonderful.
Okay, there's a bit of a delay. Okay, I'm Stephanie Race. I'm the founder and CEO of Crop Performance and the founder and CEO of Earth Labs Group, which is an informatics platform and a fund for nature-based solutions. And I'm here representing our team on exploring regenerative agriculture. And our headline for the Financial Times was agreed to be "Regional Bioeconomies Take Off as Indigenous People Take Back Their Agency." And we came up with 9 different titles, and we had a hard time agreeing on how to consolidate our thoughts. And my comment to the group was, is the Financial Times the right publication to be to actually, I know if there's someone from the Financial Times, I apologize. I've spoken at many of their events on the future of food. I've been in the food and consumer products industry for 32 years and have done 4 companies in Silicon Valley before now. So we kind of know what's required here, but it's not a technology problem. This is all about people. And so I think, although initially our group was focused on performance indicators for showing how, we've sequestered this much carbon and this is how many, key species we've prevented from going extinct in terms of biodiversity and nature. Instead of focusing on the performance of nature, focus on the people and what needs to change and transform in the food system is really about agency and giving the land stewards, i.e. the producers of food and fiber, the control over the practices, the outcomes, and access to markets and finance and technical support that they need to actually make the transition happen. So part of this is about shifting the dynamics between how the economy currently works, which is largely dictated to by banks, insurance companies, and buyers of soft commodities, particularly in the tropics, where you have a lot of smallholder farmers. If we look at the balance of where food production is actually happening, I think it's 70% of the world's food and fiber is coming from smallholder farmers. That's not to say that the other 30% doesn't matter, but we have similar issues of agency with the divergence of owner-operator models in various countries where the majority of the land is actually owned by third parties other than the farmers themselves. And since this is a long-term play in terms of investing in soil health across the rotation of crops, if it's an annual or vegetable rotation as opposed to perennial crops, then then you really do need to have alignment between those that own the land and value the land in its productive capacity as an asset with the stewards that are incented to invest in the long term. So the economics need to pencil out on any implementation of regenerative agriculture, which has various definitions: agroecology, farming in harmony with nature. It's essentially using biology as opposed to chemistry to achieve both productivity and environmental outcomes. In terms of I'm just following along. I don't have a fancy flip chart. I'm just reading from my notes. I'm sorry. And all you can see is my big head with some grass in the background. So I apologize for our lack of fancy slides. We had a discussion about who the partners should be for such a project to actually demonstrate how regional bioeconomies could take off in terms of demonstrating agency of land stewards in the landscape. And typically the financing for such landscape scale regenerative agriculture projects, some of which are tied to regenerative forestry in the catchment. So it's like a mixed land use thing, but they're the development agencies. So it's GIZ, it's UK DFID, it's USAID, and other similar organizations, and even development finance institutes like the DCFD. I think it's a Dutch development fund that's tied to FMO. In the UK, it's CDC. That's another example of a fund, as well as some of the other presenters from earlier today, including the fund that's backed by Mirova and the Lombard ODA folks, as well as the bank. That gave a lovely presentation about how all of this can work. I'm sorry, I'm going back to my notes. Just give me a second.
But I guess we will probably see some of the things also on the mural that you discussed, right? So if you can come to a close, that would be great.
I will. And in terms of the funding, we think it's coming from NGOs such as the World Wildlife Federation, WWF, the Nature Conservancy, WCS. It could come from the National Wildlife Federation, World Land Trust, and CUMA was another organization. Those are groups that represent shared services on behalf of farmers, essentially providing them with machinery and seed-based systems that can be shared across a pool of producers. And we'd also involve corporates that source from some of these supply chains in Panama. We actually have an active project that's focused on coffee agroforestry and tying a couple of large buyers. They're Italian coffee companies. These are groups like Illy Coffee or Lavazza or Nestle into sourcing from Panama with a regional brand to give them global access to markets. And in the middle part of the watershed, it's mixed farming with vegetables, rice, and livestock. So we could tie corporate partners to that as well through relationships we have with OLAM, and then mangrove restoration at the coast in a particular watershed where we're working in Panama. So this question about the exercise, are we to showcase projects that we already have underway as solution providers and project developers, or if this is to be hypothetical projects that we could develop over the next 10 years, it would be interesting to have that discussion offline. And in terms of...
Stephanie, we have to really come to a close now because we don't have a lot of time and the others, we only have, so can you just one last sentence and then...
Yeah. So I think that, earlier in this workshop, there was a discussion about the intersection between climate and nature and how to future-proof a landscape. So we could use the Global Environment Facility in Swiss Re, the model that they've implemented in Cancun, Mexico for coral reef restoration as a coastal erosion protection measure. With parametric insurance, we could do the same thing with mangroves in Panama to protect the coastline. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Stephanie. Okay, then we'll look into productive and regenerative agriculture.
Okay, so our headlines, we come to the new age of ecologic agriculture with zero synthetic fertilizer reach. So to tackle this issue, our partners would be PPPs, so public and private partners, international organization, corporates, especially in agro and food, Innovate for Nature, policy makers as well. Then the next step would be, first of all, a market study. Then perform ADI tests, so to see if what we look at is really working. Then benchmarking as well for the same reason. And one that I really like is raise awareness about success stories, because I feel that we still don't hear enough what works and how to implement it. So I think it's really something that we have to look at. And as well lobbying, because we need to get encouraged and pushed in this direction. Maybe it was a little bit too fast.
No, that's wonderful.
And
To the point.
you can still get involved just there.
Great, thanks a lot. Do we have someone from the online group shortly presenting the results? I don't know. Is there anyone from regenerative agriculture? Do you know? Katharina? Ah, that was Stephanie. Ah, okay, good. Then, so we have no more online groups, or we have one more. We had Nature as Infrastructure. Then we'll go to the financing. So yes, please. The microphone is here. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dhanesh Kothari. Financing for Nature, or NBS. In 2013, the Financial Times would read the headlines and sub-headlines like this. The headlines will go like, record investments in NBS. The sub-headlines will go like, the quality of these investments was AAA rating. Investors found investing is NBS solution as simple as booking an Airbnb room. And the return on investments were very clear. How are we going to achieve this? As we noticed, nature itself is very diverse, from coral reef, mangroves, trees, forest, biodiversity. The needs of financing are also going to be very diverse. There's not going to be one solution for all. There will be banks, there will be non-profit funds, there will be for-profit funds, there will be direct investments, there will be citizen funding, and so on and so forth. So all these different diverse sources of financing is what is going to be representing their own individual identities while maintaining its interoperability. And that is what different players in the ecosystem who are working towards the objective would have its own existence, as well as collaboration opportunities with common interoperable protocols, which will be managed on a blockchain as well as digital platform, plus the expertise from project experts and project deployment partners. In terms of the partnerships, we are going to need banks, foundations, non-profits, NGOs, and local communities to come together towards making sure these financing solutions are giving the return on investment in a transparent manner, which is required. In terms of the next steps, we are going to need to make a solid business plan, each one of us who are aiming towards the solutions. We need to get the early pilots and signups, pre-registrations, to get them the early interest, put some early success stories within a year or so, and start raising funding for your own financing solutions. And based on that, I think we can really achieve what we need to achieve by 2030. What I already have is my own website. So either you can come and sign up on my website, or you can just drop your name or contact here so that individuals who have been part of this solution can pick up your contact details. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thanks a lot. Great. So in order to close the discussion today, we can go to the next slide, please. I'd like to invite, first of all, Anna Peters. She is Project Manager Sustainability at Migros. So if you want to come and join me on the stage, then I'd like to invite Till Berger. He's Deputy Section Head at the Federal Office of Spatial Development. Then Gerard, also from IUCN, to join me. And I think also the other solution providers, if you want to come as well or stand here so that we have just enough space, so it's perfect like that. And I think the idea is really a little bit to close today. We wanted originally to do this in a fishbowl setting, right? So I still want you guys to really contribute as well. We'll start discussing with the panelists. Due to COVID and everything, we weren't able to organize it in the way I originally wanted, but I think we're fine with the panel discussion. But really, I want to encourage everyone to feel free, step in, raise your questions. So I really want to start the discussion with what are the most inspiring or exciting ideas or nature-based solutions that you have heard today? And maybe Anna, we'll start with you. And you come from Migros, from the group, and so what inspired you most today?
Yes, thank you.
That sounds like.
Yeah, it's been a long day, and
it has been.
I came here early, and I was somehow motivated by the speech of Nicole Schwab. She really said something which is right now the situation I'm confronted with. She says what is needed is right now bridging. Or what did she say? Make the bridge or bringing together the two narratives of climate action and biodiversity, and that's how I feel within the Migros group right now. It's somehow struggling to bring these two narratives together, and I feel that we are just at the beginning of this journey. So this is really for me something which I captured my attention and somehow my inner feelings. And then I really liked the idea of biodiversity and the drones, the bee drones. And I, in my inner eyes, I saw bees on Migros acres flying around and bringing us interesting data on the situation, the environmental situation of our fields, at least those we have concrete access to through our industry, for example.
Great. Till, we heard a lot about regulatory frameworks and that the framework conditions need to be right. So what's your stand on that as a representative of the Swiss administration tonight?
That's a big expectation.
I know.
So you had two questions?
Yes. So you can also tell us what inspired you most today. You can start with that one, and then we can go to the next one.
So thank you for inviting me here. It was really interesting. I was joining a little bit late, but what I heard was really fascinating. I had a couple of pitch sessions at impact hubs, but I think the startups and projects presented here are really, really, really interesting and inspiring. And I read this question, was already written down in the program, which was the most inspiring or best proposal. And it's really hard to say because they're all really, really good and solve big problems. So what I liked the most from a personal point of view was the seaweed production, because it is quite sustainable way to produce food. It solves also part of the CO2 emission problem. It solves part of the biodiversity problem. It replaces soya, for instance. It is not bad for the marine environment, and it solves also, or contributes to the solution of food security around the world with high protein food. So it is one I liked the most. To the question how to bring together the narrative of biodiversity and climate, maybe if I may say something to that, for me it is kind of clear, but maybe the the slogan would not be that much clear. But I think climate change is the biggest threat to biodiversity. So for a long time it was land use change that was the biggest threat to biodiversity. Now it's climate change. And so if we protect our climate, we protect biodiversity. And if we do not protect climate, biodiversity will be gone very soon. So it's not only sea level rise or more storm or extreme weather events. It's biodiversity is the biggest topic. From the part of regulation, I think regulation is an important lever for all developments, because all these problems that we are trying to solve are in the field of the common goods, of public goods. And public goods can only be conserved or saved or improved if there are regulations. It is a tragedy of the commons, which makes it necessary that regulations are in place. So this is a very important part of the total system. But what I see with all the community activities that are in our reach to see, I also see that activities from civil society are a very important seed for change. Also, the startup scene is a very important area of change. When you go to impact hubs all around Switzerland, all startups, or almost 99%, are around solving problems of environmental issues or social issues to contribute to the SDGs. So it is one part to regulate, but to deliver the good solutions, to make the pressure from the bottom, the societal activities and projects are really core of the solution.
I mean, just building up on that, I think it goes back to what Nicole this morning also said, you know, this ecopreneur revolution that we need. But I think it also shows, you know, I think it's good that you're here, Anna. It also shows there are not only corporates where it is already clear. We heard from Firma Nicht today. They are integrating biodiversity. They have set net positive targets and so forth. But for some corporates, it's still a struggle, right? Climate is still the big thing, and the rest is in kind of somewhere else. And we heard that from Stewart or from yourself this morning, right? 1% is tackling this. We saw about 30% have targets set on biodiversity. So there's still a long way to go. What were some of the inspiring, exciting ideas that you heard? And you were saying, well, I'm going to check them against the nature-based standard. So tell us which one is the one that scores high on your list.
Yeah, well, I think we've been given a wonderful Christmas present, you know, 2 weeks ahead of Christmas, but one day after Santa Claus, you know, because all the ones that have been online listening, and the ones that, you know, are still loyal to us this afternoon after a long day. I mean, you've heard more than 21 presentations, 21 pitches. You've listened to some panels, and these are, you know, the probably best experts in their field that make the time to come and talk to us. So I think this is a wonderful Christmas present that was given to us. And for me, it's very difficult to select any of the projects. Why? Because they're all very different. And I think what was the beauty is the diversity of all these projects. They all have different features. They all have different viewpoints. And for all of them, I would have areas of improvement to mention. But to a certain extent, they are sparked by passion, by a willingness to solve, you know, a societal issue. And it was interesting to see a different mix of solutions out there. As you mentioned, we had two large corporates, you know, Lombard-Odier and Firma Nicht, really presenting on how they are integrating in their corporate strategy. And then you've got really startups, some companies that have been founded in 2021 that are already here on stage demonstrating. Over lunch, I was talking to one participant that was so glad to see Alver coming back after 3 years of being in one of the impact investments, and actually saying, yeah, it takes time to mature and to get get something tangible, and now actually has a stand and is able to present, the outputs of their work. And I think what was the other fantastic thing is that, you had all these projects presented in the morning, all these ideas, these suggestions, some small scale, some large scale. When we discussed with the We Value Nature campaign, they were concerned that this was going to be a very Swiss thing. Well, all the examples were all mentioned were all outside of Switzerland, so it clearly shows this is a global issue. This is not something just for Switzerland and for Swiss companies. But then this afternoon, we hopefully showed you there are funds out there. There are mechanisms out there. And I had some of you coming to me and say, so Gerard, the Nature Plus Accelerator, is that live? And can I submit? Of course, do. And go to the Nature Plus Accelerator, but to many other funds that are out there, because that's also the other outcome for me today is we are still struggling in finding good projects. So we need, these projects to come in. I think there is a community out there that wants to nurture these projects to become viable, economically viable. I have to say that the economically viable didn't transpire on all your projects. So that's, again, the other element that we need to look. And I would also suggest to the pitches, be as concrete as possible with examples on where the change is actually happening on the ground. Because if you stay too theoretical, too at a conceptual level, then it's very difficult for the audience to really understand what is the product or what is the ask that you're wanting from us. So I was missing in some of the pitches really, hey, what's the change that your action is actually going to drive? And do you have a concrete example where you think this could be applied or where this has been applied? And some of the pitches were very good at doing that. And then the final point for me is great that actually you all seem to be quite inspired from all these presentations and these panel discussions, because we've got 6 very interesting headlines. Now we need to craft them a little bit to make sure it works for the FT, that they're not too long, and that they are speaking a language. Now let me come back on language. There's one element. I'm very fortunate because I'm across border, so have been in private sector, have worked a lot with regulators, now in the conservation community for about 10 years, and used to have a financial background. So I didn't have to translate much of what was said today. But if you are not experienced in these various fields, and we all have very specific jargon, then I can imagine that sometimes what was said was just mind-boggling and not easy understood. So that's one thing that we really need as a community to work on, is how do we translate to each other, our jargon and our way of talking about things, because that's where the misunderstanding, and that's where perhaps the project pipeline is not there, because we are talking past each other. And so how can we create that translation box, that community that understands each other, leverages on each other's expertise? Well, that's what we're really trying to do, and that's where Swiss Business for Nature will probably jump in as one collaboration platform, hopefully, at least for the Swiss environment.
Yes, thank you very much, Gerard. I think that's always important. Are there any, and I'd like to open it up before I go to the panelists again, any comments from the participants here, or maybe there are still some online, so any questions, comments that you'd like to share, or it's too late in the afternoon? If not, I'll continue just quickly with you, Anna. And I mean, it sticks to my mind that you're saying, for you, it's still a challenge to kind of combine climate and biodiversity. At the same time, you have, and you told me that's in a different area, it's micro industries with Ulver, you're supporting that. Would this help you? Would nature-based solutions that exist in your group or that are close to your business help you to kind of bring the topic even further within the whole group?
Yes and no.
Okay.
Actually, yeah. Well, when I say that we are still struggling a little bit in bridging these two issues, it's not like in an intellectual way. Mm-hmm. So it's more in real life. So everyone knows it within the micro group when we talk. And maybe I should lose some words, because when I talk about micro group, and my department I'm working in is dealing with pushing forward sustainability within the micro group, which means everything without the retailer. So that's interesting because we deal with a lot of different branches. You might know Migros, which is by its core business has nothing to do with sustainability, right? So we talk about Digitech Galaxus, we talk about Ex Libris, which is rather small actor, but a very historically seen, a very long-lasting partner within the Migros universe. We talk about Migros Bank. We talk about Hotelplan, which is right now somehow being reanimated. That's after these 20 months of Corona, since the tourism is somehow, we used the defibrillator over the last months, and now it's getting back somehow. But there's this question of what might be the new normal in the tourism industry. So there are a lot of different issues, and what we were dealing with and working on over the last 2 years was SBTI, bringing CO2 reductions down within the Migros group, which means by at least 42% until 2030. So that was on the top of our agenda. And biodiversity was sometimes in that discussion, but the focus was really on climate. And all our energies were into bringing those companies I mentioned before to ambitious climate goals. Now we have somehow reached this point, and now we are up for next. So the next step will be to bring in now the science-based targets for nature. And we are already doing this within the retail sector. So our neighboring department, which is dealing with the supermarkets and the food and the bio assortment and so on, is already working together with WWF on that. But for the group, it's still blank. Okay. So that's the differentiation we have to do, and that's why I'm talking that I'm still somehow not on an intellectual way, more on how can I practically bring in next year and in the years to come the biodiversity issue closer to the other companies within or to the whole group, linking it with the climate agenda and making the case for let's do a business within the planetary boundaries. And that's, by the way, one of those approaches I missed a little bit today. I haven't heard the approach of planetary boundaries today, or maybe I missed it, I'm not sure.
No, it wasn't mentioned.
But that's actually the narrative I'm trying right now within my company to say, look, Milton Friedman's story is dead. The business of business, that's over.
Yeah.
So the new business will be the business that takes place within the planetary boundaries. And how can we do it? Yeah. How can you, Migros, make your part to that story, or who else? Hotelplan, for example. And that's quite a challenge. So yes, nature-based solutions, concrete ideas will help, but I think we have to do this work one step before, and overcome these, this conflict of interests.
Okay. Any suggestions, either from Gerard or from the participants, or from Till to Anna? Well, you can also pass it on ahead.
No, I think I don't have suggestions. I think you know quite well what you're doing. No.
That's okay. You can pass on the microphone to Gerard. I'll have another question for you, Till.
So there was an interesting phrase that was coined this morning in some of the panels, which is the new social contract. So there's basically, there's a need for redefining success, and we hope that with nature-based solutions and the nature-based solutions, we're doing that because we need to move to a new qualitative economic model out there that actually challenges the old economic and financial systems. And for that system to change, well, I suggest that let's start by having new radical collaborations that actually are bringing then these various partners together, because then that group in itself will probably redefine what success means for that group, which hopefully when you have a financier, when you have a civil society representative, when you have the local community involved, and then the various levels of corporate entities as well. For us, for IUCN, this day was extremely interesting because it's a new journey that we are embarking on. We used to be advising and working with large corporate multinationals, because these were the ones that had the sustainability department, had the time and resources to spend some time with us, and then we left it to them to implement that within their own entities. But it's taking a lot of time. And now I see so much innovation, so much passion, so much opportunities when you're actually talking to ecopreneurs, to entrepreneurs, to small and medium enterprises and startups. So that's really the journey we want to embark now on, and actually see on how can we inspire the larger corporates to work with that that whole ecosystems of startups that have great ideas. And what's very interesting is that some of the fantastic ideas, and I'm taking the wildfire early warning system. When I saw the sensor, which was only going to measure the gas that will tell you if there's an early fire, I think with that sensor and the whole network being established, there's so many more things that could actually be measured. So by actually bringing the right people in there, we can really benefit from all that sector. And actually IUCN is working with Huawei at the moment. Now, of course, the Americans will say, oh, why are you working with them? But they are willing to invest in the green list, so actually the protected areas that have a good governance system, to make sure that they have the technology to monitor and measure all the biodiversity benefits that are being generated in these areas. But again, we are decoupling the safeguarding nature from safeguarding society, which Stewart presented to you. And I think that these smaller startups, the ones that are actually not coming with a baggage of a large corporate or a baggage of a whole regulatory measures and countries out there, but are actually used to overcome barriers. They are probably these small spinning wheels that will help us, bigger entities, larger entities, to work together. So that's really what inspired me today, listening to all these different cases.
I think maybe just what we heard before also from Solar Impulse Foundation, but there is a need for best practices sharing and so forth. And I think you also have a program at your federal office where you on a yearly basis, I think, for the SDGs. I don't recall the name. Help me.
It's just called the Promotion Program Sustainable Development.
Okay, very simple. Okay, are you focusing there as well on biodiversity? Do you have some?
Yes.
Right.
We have 3 focal points. One is sustainable consumption and production. One is biodiversity, climate, and energy, and one is help me, Chancengleichheit. It's
equal opportunities.
And equal opportunities. Thank you very much. And we have a rotation, so each topic is being treated once in a year. We have not a very high budget, but we are trying to focus on projects which are in the starting phase, which contribute to one of these 3 topics. That can be projects from civil society, from communities, from cantons, but also from companies. And we want just to support ideas which give new solutions to these areas, to these problems that we have.
Which I think is great, because I was just thinking maybe there is a need to bring this all together, whether it is the solution at the Solar Foundation or yours or IUCN. There are so many, or what we have collected now today, right, with Innovate for Nature, and that may help inspire companies as well to say, oh yes, maybe I can do this in the tourism sector, or I can do something else. So with that, I really just want to do a final closing round, just, you know, more, what do you hope? How should Innovate for Nature continue? Or what would be, you know, what would be a next step where you say this would be really good if this continues? Or if some of the solutions that we have heard, yes, you have a question as well or a comment. Do we have, I'll give you a microphone. Yes, thank you.
It's both a question and comment.
Yes.
What I think we need is some sort of a dashboard which says where do we stand in the sense of natural capital. Let's say a scale of very bad to very good, so five rating scale, and then break it down in these different areas and sub areas, and then slice and dice. So it's a kind of dashboard which goes down, 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 and then we are able to see where exactly we are standing where over a period of time, and as and when these solutions get implemented, what is the impact? Is that rating really, is the scale really moving in the direction? Are we still there? Or are we, what exactly is happening? Because while we are able to understand and say, yeah, there's this part, then this part, there's this part, but I think André mentioned in the beginning, the natural capital, but where do we see that? So I think there may be a need of this kind of a really top-down dashboard-driven approach, and then everything kind of plugging it into that and then being able to visually see that. So it's a question and comment both. Who can do this?
Yeah, exactly.
and how?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for that comment. And I think we've seen a few examples of small dashboards. I think it was the one on cities, right, where they tried to do that as well. I think there are more and more, but yeah, thanks for that. But yes, so any comments or last thoughts of how this should continue and what you would hope Innovate for Nature can tackle next year in 2022?
So what I really like about this format is that it brings together the ideas with other companies, with finance, with government, with partners, and that's needed to bring forward small ideas, seeds of potential technologies or services for a change. And this is exactly what is needed. So we have a lot. So I was in a lot of events where the discussion was around, okay, this is good, this should be done, this is a nice way to go. But this insight remained in this room. And I think what is different here in this format, in this event, is that you bring together those players who need to be brought together to make it to make the rocket fly at the end. And I think this is what's needed, and I hope this is going on like this.
Great, thanks a lot. Anna, any wishes from your side?
Yes, be provocative. I guess everyone who's willing and interested to find out dashboards and methodologies and reports can do it. But be provocative and invite companies to the stage that already have like a radical transformation or innovation or radical transformation of the core business model done or in their minds, and have them here and let them present it. I think this is what I can only speak now from the side of a big corporate, and I think that's what I would find it's inspirational a lot to find these actors that already did bold moves. And I'm not talking only about Patagonia these days or these months. You can find them nearly every day in the press, which is good. I'm I don't know how many times I'm forwarding these articles to colleagues and so on. Yeah, but I think we will need more of those. And I think for those that are struggling to follow their footsteps, it's always good to have this provocation on the stage.
Great. So before we go to you, Gerard, we'll do that then in the closing. I want to thank both you, Anna and Till, for joining us here on stage and really also sharing your views. So thank you very much. Thank you.
I also have a little wish, which I forgot, if I may come to that. I saw in several presentations the link to the SDGs. And my wish for future presentations or events would be that you make this much stronger. Okay. Because this shows that it is a movement, global movement, and everyone can contribute to it, be it a company, be it a civil society actor or government. I think this is the strength of this agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals, that you have a common language and a common symbology, and you see everyone contributes from all parts, from all sides.
Yeah. We'll make sure we'll include this in the briefing sessions. But I think you're absolutely right, because I always say we still have a window of opportunity, I guess, of 8 years until 2030. And
decade of action.
Exactly. And then, that's why we need this. So thanks a lot. Yes. Thank you.
May I make a last call to the audience?
Yes, certainly.
I mean, I told you, or I had this desire to be provocative.
Yes.
You can do it, or you can be it as well. Be critical consumers. That helps too.
Yes, that's very good. Thanks a lot again. Okay, with this we come to a close. And I'll hand over to you, Gerard, just for some closing remarks.
Yeah, so when Barbara, myself, Mark and others, we joined up and we were trying to think about a vision for the Swiss Biz for Nature network. We dreamed and said, okay, we're going to build 100 nature-based solutions by 2030. And we had no idea if that was actually attainable, if it was a crazy target, or if it wasn't. I have to say, after today, I feel really reassured that this is clearly attainable. If every time we get this type of audience, these types of ideas, these numbers of ideas together, we certainly can, on a yearly basis, get 10 of these nature-based solutions really thriving. And it would be fantastic to also see the first ones that we are able to build, to see how over the next 10 years they then actually grow into a real sustainable business with impact, and we're then measuring the impact. So really, from my bottom of the heart, it's thank you for planting the initial seeds of all these nature-based solutions ideas. And let's make sure that we nurture these ideas now in the coming years, in the coming months, in the coming weeks. Let's not forget, all the great brain power that we've put to these various spreadsheets. And I also thank all the ones online, because I know that there has been online contributions, 40 to 60 participants online. So actually, we went out of this room as well, which is great. Technology allowed us that to happen. And one thing that we are thinking about for Innovate for Nature is then perhaps the need to also bring a little bit of unity of topic or interest, because it was all over the place, which on the one hand can be very exciting and motivating, but for some participants it needs to be probably a bit more focused, a little bit more down to action. Because what I hope is, we did spend quite a lot of time here on stage. There are quite some presentation from stage. But in the end, what our hope is and will be is that we're working on roundtables together. And that's the big part of the day, where we actually build the solutions together, the actions, and why not go out in the field as well by really, exemplifying, because that's a beautiful thing about nature-based solutions. And when you're tackling nature-related and biodiversity-related activities, what's actually happening is on the ground. You actually see it, It's not a CO2 gas that's completely transparent and that you don't know and don't feel, and only have some of the negative consequences of it. When you start working on biodiversity, when you start working on nature, you can actually very quickly see some beautiful results. And I was told, and I perfectly agree with that my slides were not colorful enough and they needed to show the beauty of life and the beauty of nature. So I'll make sure that my next presentation is much more colorful than it was right now. Over to you, Barbara.
Great, thanks, Gerard. I think at this point in time, I really want to thank everyone that has contributed to this fantastic event. And I also would like to say it was also a collaboration between Intent, between Waterpreneurs, Swiss Business for Nature, and the 3 organizations involved in their IUCN, Infinitude and Engageability. But I also want to give a big applause to the technical team, because it all worked smooth, very smooth, at least what I could see. There was really no problem at all. And I really want to thank everyone also. I think it was a great collaboration. And I think it shows that, all these organizations collaborated to make this happen so that we can now get more people on board and really launch further nature-based solutions. So thank you all for being here. I think there is still some apéro, if I'm right, outside. Yes? Okay, perfect.
Because
so
the networking is still the key part.
The networking can still continue. And so, yes, and if you're interested in signing up to some of these solutions or really want to push forward, don't forget either to write your names on these flip charts, or also send us your email, provide us feedback, also critical feedback, what we can do better next time. So thanks a lot, also from my side.
Thank you.